Hello, hello, hello. Sorry, it took me a minute to get everything squared away, uh, letting some things charge and whatnot. How's everybody doing tonight? I've been talking to a couple people to try to get them to jump into the chat. Now I'm trying to figure out how, once again, for my third ever live stream, to drop a comment into the chat. So bear with me while I turn things around here. Tennessee Tactical, I have no problem at all discussing the Second Amendment today, if that's what you'd like to talk about. Why is this not letting me leave the chat? Anyway, let me get the StreamYard link going in here. There we go. All right. Sorry about that. As I have been doing the last few nights, because I live in an undisclosed location on the side of a mountain, I've been working on radios and talking to myself usually for the first 15 or 20 minutes. And then somebody shows up and we have an enlightening conversation about all manner of things. Last night was, or not, the last live stream I did, and we talked about my hometown with the girl that still lives there after I managed to escape. But tonight I'm building one of my little 30 caliber powered ammo cans, 25-watt radio, with everything self-contained in a sealed, unbroken ammo can, no penetrations of the can whatsoever. So it's watertight. It'll float, it'll float, and it'll float more than, or one that's not in a can will. Also talked a little bit last time about the possibility of these actually kind of serving to some degree as have a Faraday cage capacity, because there is a metal connection, a fully encased metal connection around the whole can that should allow. Of course, I don't have a way to duplicate or simulate an EMP, so it should allow some protection from an EMP, given the fact that you are in an encased, isolated, ungrounded metal can. I hope everybody enjoyed good weather today. It started out kind of crummy. We got up earlier than anybody in the house wanted to, especially our two little ones, and went and looked at a rent house that we're working the exact opposite direction from every wannabe homesteader and prepper on the planet. We own a home. We owe basically no money on it. It's private, safe, and we are looking to move into a rent house in a neighborhood as a transitional step in waiting for the basically it gives us the ability to make some liquidity in our house, get out of the cash out because the market right now is retarded, and have some liquidity, be mobile, have a satellite location, so that when the right property shows up, gives us the ability to write a check and go. No pre-qualification, anything like that. So that was how my first half of my day was spent. I'm excited to say the rent house is not exactly a Shangri-La, but it checks all the boxes that we need. Moves into a less civilization deprived area than we're in now, and so that's good. My wife did not grow up rural or living in small towns. She lived in Denver and Omaha and outside of Lansing, Michigan, and then Northwest Arkansas before I dragged her off into the woods to have babies and make a home for us. So she's looking forward to getting into a situation where she has access to things, and also where our kids have access to things. The town that we live in was a planned retirement community that was built in the 60s and 70s. It was part of they were doing timeshares before Branson did timeshares. So the fact that it was once a planned retirement community, the majority of the population here are elderly or teetering on the edge of elderly. They got you blocked on YouTube, bro. How is that? How do I have blocked on YouTube? What does that mean? Broadcast info live. Edit. Privacy. I save changes. Sorry about this. I just was informed that I don't have a live, which is interesting because I'm actually watching it on YouTube. I don't believe with me and my 56 subscribers, all million of them. I don't believe they've got me that. I'm not being watched. I'm not being watched by YouTube or the other alphabet companies. I might be watched by some alphabet agencies, but yeah. So I'm getting mixed reviews. Redneck Pepper says no one can find you. Arkansas Living says he can. Stuart W says came up on my sub list just fine. So no search and no content, bro. Yeah. Well, I happen to have a computer open here with a browser. So let's see what that actually looks like. The live streams, I did take down the 2 live streams that I did the other night. Live channel, customized channel. I show live right now. And got me link from Lake Prepper. You're live, Bella says. By the way, thank you guys for coming in here. Let me see if I can drop a link to the channel back to Prepping 101 and see if that works. There's that. Here is the, sorry. Can you tell that this is not a well-oiled internet YouTube machine? I don't do live streams very often, so that might explain why I had to resub you also. That's interesting. Had to resub. Like I said, I don't believe that I've put out enough controversial content to have, unless actually there's always a possibility that they can pull bandwidth away from nothing channels, because I've literally produced more content in the last 7 days than I have since 2014 when I started my YouTube channel. Initially, I only hello Bella. Initially, I only did I built guitars. I thought I was going to be the next Leo Fender, and I was going to build guitars and retire young. So I did some videos early, live shows and stuff of people playing music on guitars that I built. Turns out early success is not a good teacher, because all it does is teach you that you cannot fail. I built 2 really great guitars, the first 2 I ever built, and I built 17 really terrible guitars. And then about the 20th and 21st were okay again. I got cocky. So I have all of that content kind of on backpaged on my YouTube page, but I'm not putting it out there anymore. So just a chapter in my life. For the same reason you won't see videos from truck shows or riding sport bikes. Those are days long past. I'm old, and yeah, I love Raid from Prepping 101. Let me get in here and say thank you to him. I appreciate you guys coming over here. I don't do anything spectacular. As I started to do before you guys started popping in, I am the owner and proprietor and only employee of Amendment1Preparedness.com. I build and sell emergency prepper commo gear. You may have heard me, as mentioned on the Bear Independent channel, regularly. I started doing this because I wanted to build a library of give some background on the products that I build, and also kind of do an online instruction manual, or a video instruction manual for how to get one. If you get one from me, get it open, get it started, get it set up. Very basic things like programming and saving channels that you and your group may be. Hello, Shane Dixon. A1P just trying to watch the build. LOL. Well, I'll have to put this up on a pedestal or turn my camera down a little bit more in a little bit. So I want to do video instruction manuals, and also I'm planning on doing some other content. I have a wide range of knowledge on a wide range of subjects. But also have very strong opinions. And I live with my wife and a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old who have no time or patience for my opinions and a lot of things. Like, I do good to have an input on dinner, and or 8 weeks ago, I was an executive chef, and I don't even get to have much input on dinner. So uh, I have some other content I want to put together with regards to some of the stuff that's going on politically. I'm a big gun guy, so I was going to make a video today um, based on the executive order smoke and mirrors that we were he did today. Basically, for the people that are interested in that topic, I have several people in a group of, hey, Tennessee, what's up, brother? You and I can talk about this in great length until I'm up until 4 and 5 in the morning. Tennessee, the link and for StreamYard, the chat is way up at the top. Should be the first link that got dropped. Should be the first link that got dropped in the chat. I did that expecting you to possibly show up. Thank you for emailing me back today, by the way. That's why I'm single, because you have strong opinions. Well, that just means you hadn't met the right man. You know, it takes a strong man to take a strong woman. And I have been strengthened by my wife to be able to handle hidden on one channel. Heath Bodeker at Hat Creek Homestead. I've been around hidden on one channel. So I'm super, super excited that you guys came over here and to say hello to me. Arkansas Living told me he was going to put a bug in somebody's ear that I was going to go live tonight. I never have any ambitions whatsoever of monetizing this channel. And as such, I never will have. I appreciate Angry Prepper's approach to thumbing his nose at the general consensus of the Howdy Hat Creek. What's up, Arkansas? So I decided, in talking to Arkansas earlier, you know, when things start to get a little weird on his channel, everybody starts putting on big hats, things like that. He's got that in gigantic one that will barely fit in frame on his camera. I wear a size 7 and 7/8 fitted hat, or a 2XL flex fit. So I've decided, rather than get a big Arkansas Living hat, I'm going to get something that was made for like a Yorkie that just kind of sits up here to go the other direction. Hat Creek Homestead. You are north central near Mountain Home. Send me an email at chris@amendment1preparedness.com. I will soon be in your AO. So would love to get to meet some people up front up there. I've already got a couple of contacts there. I got a brother from the Bear Nation that lives in that general vicinity, and I've got another YouTube creator that everybody should check out. Her name is Beth. They have a channel called Ozark Prep Steaders. They run what's called a Patriot Relocation Network, where they help move people from blue states and cities to the Ozarks. She's a realtor, and she kind of keeps some things in her back pocket so that if somebody calls her from Austin, Texas, and is looking to get out of what that place is turning, she can hook them up with some land at a good price and help facilitate moving people that care about how this country is going into a place that cares about where this country is going. So I took an active interest in things like that when Obama got elected, because he was going to take all our guns, but he didn't, of course. But now what concerns me more than anything is the fact that I have a 2-year-old little girl and a 4-year-old little girl, and they have to grow up in a world that I did not grow up in. And I feel like a lot of us are similar age group. I'm 44, similar generation, maybe different ends of a similar generation. But I shudder to think that about the world that my little girls are going to grow up in. And so that's why I am currently in north central Arkansas, in a great little town, and looking to move central Arkansas into a slightly bigger town, more opportunity, more things for our kids to do as they get a little older. They've been pretty close to mama the entire time they've been around. So it's time for them to get out and start to see the world. And I want them to see the world in a place that I saw the world, in the way that I saw the world. I had a Vietnam veteran at one of our local Walmarts the other day stop us and thank us, me and my wife. And I said, sir, I don't understand what you're thanking me for. Mountain Home is a crap hole. Well, depends on what your definition of crap hole is. You haven't lived in Monticello. Doubled his subs. Now he has to show us stuff. You trying to get me to take my shirt off? I know, Arkansas Living, you have had an eventful week. There's been some, testing out of feelings and dealing with some emotions and maybe some back of your mind, gut feelings that you've been dealing with. I hate that you've corrupted a godly man. One trip to your area and you've corrupted a godly man. He seems to have gotten it back together, and it may just be something in the water down there, which I have heard about that area of the state. There's some, it turns the frogs gay and things like that. Tennessee Tactical, did you see the link in the chat, brother? Happy to jump you in here whenever you're ready. Wait, tell us what he thanked you for. They who's thinking who? I have no problem whatsoever completely talking to myself for hours at a time. That may have something to do with the fact that I'm the only rooster in the hen house around here, and nobody. Let me leave a comment here for my brother, Mr. Tennessee. Post comment. Also, just so y'all know, I am not always going to be doing this on a phone. I had the sweetest live stream setup you could have for under $8 for a little while, and buy once, cry once kind of thing. So I managed to throw a rod in the finest webcam that $11.74 can buy. So drop the link again. Probably can't see it. But Florida water. The only exposure, Miss Wendy, yes, that I've had to Florida water is I used to go to Destin. I stayed in the same little VRBO condo every year at the end of September for my birthday. And I love Destin in the Fort Walton area, not during the summer. I love it after Labor Day. We went down in April one time, and I swore on my life they would have to drag me through a curtain of lead to get me back to Florida between spring break and Labor Day. So I'm praying to go back to South Carolina. Well, I don't know where South Carolina's politics lie, but Florida seems to be the place to be if you want to get a tan and live somewhere where you have some semblance of freedom. I'm pretty proud of Arkansas. Not Arkansas living. That man is there's nothing to be proud of there, other than he's tall and he knows how to can mushrooms, which he did on my live stream the other night. I'm pretty proud of some of the stuff that Arkansas has been doing in their legislature. They are in the process now of ratifying a Second Amendment Protection Act, like a lot of the other states. Just give me a bit, and I'll jump on with you if you want. I was hoping Arkansas would show up too. He took some medicine on an empty stomach, I think. It makes him two things. It makes him poop a lot, and it makes him really sleepy. And I don't know if he's just exhausted from the pooping, or if it's just that's the desired effect because he doesn't want to be awake for the shit show. But he offered his condolences, said that he wasn't going to be able to get on tonight. Sometimes I think Miss Living keeps him on a pretty short leash, as well she should. That man's trouble. Never met him in person. I've spoken to him more on the phone in the last year probably than I have my mother. So he's kind of taken her place for me. I want to nuzzle in his bosom. Not really. I don't think he has much of one. He's kind of lean and mean, except not mean. Lake Ferry, thank you. So yeah, actually, for sure. Thank everybody. The only, I believe, as a father of two daughters, I may not have a lot of mentorship to offer to two young girls. I'm definitely leaning hard on my wife, but I come from a varied background and I know a whole lot about a few things, and I know a little bit about all manner of things, and there is absolutely no telling at any given point what direction the conversation and the topics on this channel will go. I've got some gun technical stuff I want to do videos on. I'm gonna do some more ham radio stuff, And I hope that you guys that do subscribe, it's going to be a little bit until before I start doing some recorded content. Right now, not enough hours in the day, but I can sit still here. I will always hold you in my bosom, sweetie. We can spoon as long as I get to be the big spoon. And I'm considerably bigger than you, so we might have to arm wrestle for it. I think I probably got about 100 pounds on you, Arkansas. I'm not sure. But I still got the moves. That's for sure. Anyhow, I'll do some recorded content over time. I'll have a fancy schmancy green screen like everybody. I have the green screen. Apparently you can't do that from a mobile. And like I said, my neck pepper, boom. The my you can't do it from mobile. So as time goes on and I'm able to clear my head and think a little bit more clearly about topics, and I can talk forever, but the only way I can clearly get my thoughts across is to put them on paper, build myself a little bit of a, oh, you like that, don't you? You like that, Arkansas? Yeah, it makes a hell of a back scratcher. I have to put it all on paper, get my thoughts together, and give myself a little bit of a little Joe Biden teleprompter over here where I have a way to keep my thoughts aligned, because I tell people all the time, my brain, much like this shop, is like rows and rows and rows of rusty filing cabinets in no particular order, and I can randomly select from those topics and pull usually more information. A lot of the information I don't know where it really even came from. I just read it somewhere or heard it somewhere. So I do appreciate y'all coming over here. I know that I've tried to schedule these things at times where I wouldn't really have to worry about too much about stepping on anybody's toes. Like I said, I'm just doing it for the community, really. It's for the people, not for myself. So I'm going to again sit down, start building some radios. Tennessee Tactical .1 is going to climb in here in a little bit, unless Arkansas and I have scared him away with our little love fest there. But how can you not just want to cuddle up to Arkansas living, really? Like if they made a 6'2" koala bear, maybe a koala bear, yeah, like a 6'2" koala bear, man-sized, why would you not want to cuddle up to that guy? Show him some dang radio stuff, weirdo. Well, I guess my producer is telling me to stay on topic. Who does your faceplates? You talking about the chassis, the chassis of the radios, Redneck Prepper? I actually CNC machine them here in house. For example, 1 second, I'll grab some I haven't finished yet. This is going to be a terrible picture, and I apologize because I have poor lighting, but this is all cut out on the CNC, and then I'll just break it out of the plastic and fuse it together. I don't use glue. I actually use a solvent and ABS plastic, so that when, let's see if I have an empty one. Not that there's any way possible through my front facing camera you'll be able to tell this, but all of the joints are actually fused chemically, not glued, so that they become a solid structure of ABS. No glue joints to break. This is one I'm going to put on the site as just an add-on item. And I may actually even sell it as a flat pack deal where you could put it together yourself, but it holds bulk ammunition and double stack pistol magazines, drops in a 50 can, and it will hold 12 standard double size. I don't know, I don't own a Glock 20 or 21 to be able to see how it does with a double stack 45 mags or like an XDM 45, but I know it will fit all 9 and 40 double stack mags. Not that somebody sent A1P another living. He has CNC machines. Yeah, I actually have 2 CNC machines, Stuart. I built a much stronger one for milling aluminum. That's where I will leave that conversation while we were on the internet. But I also still make and sell guitar routing templates. So if you want to build your own 59, Les Paul. I can send you perfectly to scale patterns that you can buy a $17 pattern bit from Home Depot and a $100 router and an expensive chunk of wood and turn it into a 59 Les Paul. I used to say that I turned fine lumber into expensive toothpicks for a long time when I was building guitars, but it was a passion project. It was it was in my heart. So I still have some sitting around. The first time I actually ever met Tennessee Tactical, I was showing him some of the guitar buddies I had, and he's like, "You need to finish those." And I was like, "I would love to, but there's no way I have time." So how about them Dodgers? If you're asking me to comment on professional sports, Hat Creek, that's I dropped out of professional sports when Michael Jordan retired the second time, and then got back into him for a half a second when the Cubs went to the World Series because I grew up watching Channel 9 out of Chicago. I was a Cubs fan in the Andre Dawson, Ryan Sandberg, Mark Grace era. As far as I was concerned, the greatest era. They just never could put a full season together. They were great after the All-Star break. Let's see, Tennessee. Oh, the man.
Hey, buddy.
The man gets a hair. How are you, man? I am just
What is
sounds like
happening,
you're
brother?
doing
Are
some
we
crepe
good?
paper. I can hear you. What about you?
Yeah, I'm good. I've been watching you. Hey, you need
Yeah, I
to
know. I get
consider
it. What's that?
them stalking you. I was stalking you, but listen, there is something odd about your site because every time I thought I was subscribed to you, but I was subscribed to something a Bears affiliated with, and it goes always back to him talking about a radio, right? But it's
Well,
not
see,
you. So
I've noticed that before too, and he tagged me in that. However that works. That was
right,
literally the very first one I ever sent him. Actually, the very first one I
right.
ever made. I sent it to him as a joke because
He
he Torah observant and doesn't eat ham. So I told him I'm going to send you a canned ham to review, and he said, "Have you even seen my channel, bro?" And I was like, "Yeah, trust me, it's a joke." But
he's
yeah, when I search for myself, actually, that's what shows up too. Not talking
See,
about certain things.
but when you, yeah, oh, it's hard to watch the chat for me. I'm just on as a guest with you, and I'm happy to come on with you. I was gonna say I ain't seen you since then, but dude, you were pretty rock solid on Prepperty, brother.
Yeah,
You
I
were
love him.
building radios, and you slam dunked, and you were being fair, and I think you were taking it easy. If I was a pool player or I was a card player, I'd see
You
you
think I
as
was
a
talking?
hustler. Yeah, I
There
think
was
you
a
was
couple
hustling.
times. There was a couple times that I wanted. That was actually my turn for
I
to
know, I
pick it,
saw that. And you
but
didn't say nothing. I was gonna bring that up to you if I did come on with you tonight. I was like, I'm gonna ask him because that's a pretty dope thing to do. I noticed too that when it was somebody's turn, you directed Danny right to who it was. No, 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 it was me. You were like, no, no, Miss Stedding or whoever it was. You're like, no, no, it's her
mhm,
turn. You were
yeah,
and you let them skip you once. I think I saw, and you were
yeah.
cool
And
with
I
that.
was
But you,
telling Arkansas and Billy the other night if I knew anything about pressure cannon, I would have had the all time high score. Because I mean I missed
um,
a couple other ones, but I was the highest score was
one.
I think was native I think
Right,
or
native voice.
at 3,000, and I had 2,900. So if I
Yeah,
had one more that I'd gotten right, Tennessee don't know hair products. Arkansas Living says if that man doesn't know hair products, you don't know electrical.
I don't. He's right, man. I usually wear my hair short, and through this pandemic, I just hadn't been cutting it much. There ain't been no need to, so I've been putting it in a bandana so it stays out of my face while I'm helping my grandson. That's what I do. It in the evenings and nights. I take care of my grandson for my daughter. So I got a 5 year old here with me, man. I've never had an
I'm
empty nest. Ever.
well.
You were talking about
I
your
can,
girls earlier, and I was like, dude, I want to tell him that I have a 30-year-old that I raised from when she was 4. I fought to get custody because things weren't good with mom, so I did. And at the age of 24, I'm staring at my little daughter, uh, given to me by the court and then have to raise her. You know,
So
and
a buddy of mine in
yeah,
South Arkansas has, and he is on YouTube as a viewer, but he's not a person that anybody would know.
right.
He was living with me in Northwest Arkansas. He had two little twin boys that were at the time, I think, 5 years old, and a daughter who was 8. So their mom had full custody, and she was a piece of shit, for lack of a better way of putting it.
Mm.
When he was living with me up there, working with me at a restaurant, and he called me one day, he said, "I got to go home, man." I said, "What's up?" And he said, "I'm about to go get the kids." And I was like, "Oh God, here we go." And it turns out, like, his ex-wife at the time had got her pulled over with all the kids in the car, none of them in car seats. Uh,
Oh,
High as hell on meth, had meth on her person. She buried herself, and he's had full custody ever since. And I can't imagine going one day without my wife being here. Like, if she decided she was going to have a spa day tomorrow, she wouldn't have
right,
one the next day, and she wouldn't ask me again probably. But
right, right.
it's like I was telling
Yeah.
them the other night. My wife makes fun of me because I've changed a whole lot of wet diapers in the last 4 years, but I've only changed like 2 or 3 shitty diapers. But I told
That's
her
it.
I've been wiping my
Right.
butt for 44 years, and there's never been consequences if I do it wrong. I was like, with little
Hey.
girls, you do it wrong, and then we go to the doctor, and I don't want to have that conversation. So I
Oh
told her,
yeah.
I'll feed them, I'll pay for stuff, I'll make some radios. Like Barry sent me, hello, Tart 2168. Thank you for popping in. Tactical technician, were you the one that said the other night who let Jeff Bridges in the chat? Somebody said who let Jeff Bridges in.
Hey, dude, you were that was funny. I saw that. Technical
Jeff Bridges is
technician.
better looking than Bo Bridges, though.
Hey,
Bo Bridges.
still great actors, both of them. Both of them. I
Oh
mean,
yeah.
that's. I saw what he was. I saw where he was going with that. Like I was like, I saw what you did, technical technician. He trains, I think, our boy Patriot 3%er, who is now the real deal. He is boxing himself in to not be boxed in and calling himself Backwoods Rain. He is letting it fly. He's gonna. I think he's, and it's good. I'm with him. I thought I was unsubbed to him actually because he changed his name in the middle of the night, and
Yeah, it
right.
was kind of in the middle of the night, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, yeah. And I was like, "What do you mean? What is this?" And I didn't see. I got a video. Excuse me. I didn't see, but I got a video, and I didn't look at the name, so I was confused, bro. I thought I'd
my
been
initial
unsubbed to
my initial
Patriot.
reaction was he was kind of trolling Arkansas because he had that big old hat on.
Oh
But
man, they've been doing that for a long time, though, brother. They've been doing that for a long time. You know that between them two, the hat thing.
you're talking
Yeah.
about it being hard to find my channel. Like, I had to do some voodoo to find yours the other night. Like, search for it and go through because of the spaces and the way the name's done.
Or you
I've
have
got
to
some
put
good
dot
videos,
one
man.
or dash one. You have to, yeah, you're right. But somehow we've got to figure out how to unspace it or something to where you show up no matter what if you search that. Because you got a
Yeah,
great name. You have a great name, especially with what you do. And also the
right.
First Amendment. It is the most vital in the second. Hey, speaking of which, our governor today, he went ahead and went through with it. He was, I guess, a chicken shit a day or two ago, and Iowa beat us to it. But he said, yes, in July it is law that be constitutional carry here in Tennessee. Now I have all my documents, brother. I carry them
Right.
up front. Not to be OPSEC, but I carry my handgun permit up front.
Mhm.
Um, Now this concealed carry or open carry will allow people to just anybody that has a pistol will be able to walk around with it. You know,
Yeah, anybody who's legally allowed to carry one will be able to carry one. There,
yeah,
what I
we'll
was
be the
talking,
20th
I had to,
state.
yeah,
Right.
I had to jump into Arkansas and Billy's live the other day. They were talking about some of the stuff they're doing here in Arkansas.
All right.
Arkansas has constitutional carry. Both the House
Okay.
and the Senate, both House and the Senate have unanimously voted for it. But
Right.
our Attorney General put out a statement that it needs to be clarified in the Arkansas code. So, like in the section 5573, blah blah blah, it's got to
Right.
be coded because
Uh,
there is an old law on the books here that you can be charged with carrying a weapon, which is probably from 50, 60 years ago, Jim Crow or
yeah.
something.
Right, right, right.
that you can open yourself up if the cop or whatever wants to be a douche about it. Open yourself up to problems being charged with carrying a weapon. So I got on and I have
And
multiple email addresses. So I sent multiple letters to emails to every one of the people in our state senate to get them to clarify that language. Let me ask you: you have your
nice.
concealed permit? Um,
Yes, sir. Yes,
I
sir. For a
had
while
mine.
now.
I had
Mhm.
mine for several years. I I opted not to renew it at one point, and then here last year they cut the price of permits in Arkansas in half. So now it's $75 for the permit and $37 to renew it.
Every
Effective last
year.
August
Oh,
for
we do.
7 years.
We do 8 years here now. I think they
Yeah.
just changed that. It's 8 years. I just renewed mine, brother. I just hate
Okay.
to say that if
Well,
anybody thinks I'm a sellout because I have a handgun carry license and
the
you
only
know, be
reason why I
mad.
would get one, the only reason
Right.
why I would get one is because I could walk in a gun store and be gone in 15 minutes
Yeah. Yeah.
because they
Well,
don't run it.
you
You just fill out a
still,
form for them, you know.
yeah, I find that for me, I don't know if it's given me any advantages because every time I go to the same place to purchase a gun, they want to see it all. The gun license is the one they do prefer, but it doesn't, it's not going to get you favors, but it will allow that process to move on quicker, especially with
Well, here,
your second gun and your third gun and your fourth gun. I don't know. Listen, my permit hasn't come back and it worries me. Now I know it takes a while, but I renewed it early, right? For eight
yeah.
years, I sent in the money to have it done for 8 years. I have email confirmation, but it ain't come yet. I'm like, I need my license because my other one's about to expire. But what I was saying is a lot of states, if we were to go back, a lot of states are pushing back against this immediately. Missouri was the first ones to go, hey, Mr. President, no, no, I'm proud of Missouri for that. That right? They were the first ones to go, we're not hearing it.
Well, and they actually did that. They had that through their House and Senate actually
Right?
about the middle of last year before the election. But
Yeah.
it was one of those things that they felt like it was
Okay.
something that happened one way or the other.
Right, right, right.
I,
Looking out for the future, that's it.
yeah. Then that's what I was telling them earlier in the chat. People from Florida, like it's. I've always kind of been like, oh, another person from Florida or whatever. But Florida's kind of the place to be right now if you actually want to feel like there's a constitution and a republic. You
Um,
know.
if you look at it on a map, you'll look from Florida up to Louisiana to Texas, and it spreads up to Tennessee, Arkansas, and Georgia, and Alabama, and Mississippi as well. Is that we all there's a lot of people that carry there, right? The laws are pretty nice to us. Like your laws are my HCL allows me to carry in your state. The police can't give me no problems. I have reciprocity with your state. In
Did they have
38
a?
states in the union, my license has reciprocity with. You know what I mean?
That's the reason why I've considered getting one is for the sake of reciprocity because yeah, I
Yeah,
can walk around.
reciprocity. I'm pronouncing that wrong. Sorry.
I
Reciprocity is
didn't.
what I've always the sheriff's called
They
it.
they that's the main reason why I would consider getting another one because as the girls have gotten patient enough to ride in a car, I'd like to be able to travel a little bit now that I'm not at the behest and beholden to anybody else making out my work
Yeah,
schedule. And we could
yeah.
uh, take a week off here and there and go places. And I don't want to be like, well, I guess we're driving through wherever. I better put my gun in the trunk and all that,
No,
which
you
I'm not
have
going
to
to do
look
anyway.
where you're going, like Dangerous Freedom. Do you know him? The guy,
I
great
know it.
night, great late night guy. Yeah, yeah. He said there's a path, Tennessee, that you could take in your car to get to me, and you'd have reciprocity the whole way. And he said once you got here, you'd have our open carry, which your license would gladly fit into that same category.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Yeah, you're right for traveling outside, but I don't want to leave Tennessee. Amendment one. I don't want to
We
leave
were
my own
actually
state,
looking at
bro.
Tennessee. I've got a customer of mine that's got a pretty dope prepper setup going on outside of Clarksville, maybe. I don't remember. Fort
That's in
Campbell,
the
outside of Fort
port.
Campbell.
Yeah. Hey,
He's got a
dang,
pretty dope
dang.
setup, and
You just
they
you spotted me
he
out right there.
do what?
You spotted me out. Admittedly, I'm close to that area too. I've never told
Okay.
nobody
Well, I
that,
knew
but
you said
I
you
don't
were
care. Yeah.
Knoxville,
The
Mexico.
101st Airborne. I'll just say that, bro. I live in a patriotic place. It's very
Right.
patriotic because we love our guys in green here. Seriously, when I see
Right.
them out, I'm like, thank you. And they're like, it's my pleasure, sir. So
Yeah.
I'm friendly with the 101st Airborne and Air Assault and all those guys.
Well,
Yeah, a
this
lot of
I
them.
was talking to him. We were looking at Kentucky. We were looking at Indiana. Her family lives in Michigan. We looked at Michigan as places to possibly
Michigan's
relocate.
Michigan's some places are crime. I don't know. Iffy because it's still up north. It could be iffy. I'd say stay down south, man.
Yeah,
Venture your
I
way
am.
around in the south. You know,
Yeah.
I
Well, I've
don't know
lived in
where you're at
Louisiana,
right now, but it sounds
North
like
Central
you're
Arkansas.
okay. Okay, then you're okay. You're
Yeah.
okay, right? I mean, things are good and they're red and nice in Arkansas, kind of like
Well,
Tennessee. We're kind of
my father-in-law, they live in Michigan. He said that there are 5 counties in Michigan that control that whole state. Every other county is red, especially
oh.
everything up in the UP and stuff.
See,
Um,
they're purple, right? They're getting to be a shade of purple. That little bitty city can control. Look at Georgia, man. All we got to do is look down south to Georgia. Look at what happened. A blue city can turn the rest of the state purple.
Atlanta's been a shithole since Ted Turner
But
died
they,
anyway.
but
Atlanta
they got
sucks.
Fulton County's got a heavy hand in that, right?
Yeah, well,
Fulton
that's what I'm
County,
saying. It's just like
yeah,
Detroit controls Michigan. Whatever
exactly.
Wayne County, I
What,
think
so
they run
so that's
Michigan,
where the original infrastructure of Detroit was, is in a county called Wayne, right?
I think.
And now it's just a tiny little place that like Google and a couple places have moved and made it real pretty. And then outside that is a wasteland of burnt
Yeah.
buildings and tenements that
Yeah.
have been shut down for years. You could literally go
My,
claim stake there and just live there. You could just arm yourself and just defend it because
well,
nobody else
I
just
told
move.
my father-in-law was griping about the budgeting and he hates Michigan. He'd move if he could now, blah blah blah. But they were talking about how all these city governments being bankrupt and everything up there. And at the time, um, scrap steel, like salvage steel, was like $3 for every 100 pounds. I said, man, you ought to be able to just recycle Detroit. Just start pushing all that shit over. There's
They
tons and tons
could.
and tons and tons of steel girders you can just sell for scrap, sell it to China or whatever, you know.
Money to scrap it though. Think about all the dozers and the earth move. Well, you know what I mean. The tear down equipment it would take to knock all that shit down to flat. It would be a lot of work that the Democrat run Detroit won't do. Right?
Yeah,
Look at
and
it, dude. It's a
I've
shithole.
watched I've watched some stuff here lately that on like the police corruption back then and the stories about like White Boy Rick and all that. And
I've seen some of that.
they
Right.
it's been a disaster since I don't know when, honestly. It's probably been a disaster since, and I'm not against unions. I think especially when unions became a thing, unions served a crucial role. So
Oh,
any of you guys that are in your local 378, please don't start hating me.
no, me
But
either. Because the union helps, guys. They do. It does.
or at least I think it all started from a sincere place.
Yeah, yeah,
But
yeah. Of course, of course.
they, if you can give me like 2 seconds, actually, Arkansas Living's next door neighbor,
Right.
sent me a message on Discord. She's trying to buy 2 radios. I need to take 15 seconds and answer her message.
Do
So
it, man. Do
please
it. How many people are in the chat?
peruse the wall of shit. Yeah, talk to folks in the chat. We got some
Yeah,
Michigan
I
people in
will.
there. Stuff
I
at
look
them. I'll be right back.
terrible. I look terrible. All right. All right. What's up, y'all? I came in here tonight because Amendment 1 asked me to, and his radio skills are like ting. So I'm gonna buy a radio, actually. I want something that'll reach out far though, where I can talk to people everywhere. I want to get weird with it. You know what I mean? I want to get on one of his radios and get weird with it. Just call people and be like, "Hey, what's going on? I'm in Tennessee. What are you doing? Where are you at?"
Hey,
I want to
girl.
talk. Yeah,
Hey,
be
girl.
like scamming the radio for
Yeah,
some
no, my
ladies,
God.
right?
That made that you putting your ladies man voice made the hair on my neck stand up just a little bit.
Oh
Arctic
my
Bear,
God.
my
I
perk
was
tub.
just I was trying to
Yeah.
entertain while you were gone, man,
Well,
sir. I was,
trust
sir.
me. You
I
had
know
to
that came
step.
through backwards.
You can actually see my monitor
No,
right here.
I
That's where I was standing. I didn't go far.
oh, it's on the
I'm not going
TV.
to leave you completely unattended. Okay,
You did right. Go
let's hash out the dog and pony show, the dog face pony soldier dog and pony show that was this
Okay.
executive order stuff. What
Yeah.
I know your initial impression was, damn the man, it's all gonna what, but now that you've had time to maybe do some Googling on it, what do you think about it?
Listen, are you talking about the interview this morning with the the ex vice president? Is
The
that
former
the
Vice President Joe
yeah,
Biden. Yeah.
former. Sorry. Yeah, because respect to that, you still have that, Joe, that you were the former vice president.
That's all
Um,
Steven Crowder will call him.
that
Steven
you know
Crowder
what?
only refers to him as the former Vice President Joe Biden.
Hey, Crowder. A lot of people bring up the name Crowder all the time, and I think I've seen some Crowder, and it is some worth watching television, is it not, or internet
Man,
stuff?
he actually, when Antifa started to become a thing, they had a
Right,
guy on his crew they called Not Gay Jared because he was kind of effeminate, but he wasn't gay.
but
They
he wasn't
actually like
gay.
talked him into infiltrating the Antifa, the chapter of Antifa that was local to them, and like did hidden recordings, like seriously cutting edge behind the scenes research.
Damn.
And they're comedians. There's conservatives, but they're comedians. It's like, how funny is it that no mainstream news wants to even give these people any credit, but a comedian, a Canadian-born comedian, is the one that's actually infiltrating Antifa and exposing them and
He
stuff. They did.
he infiltrated and caught probably rare, nice, crazy audio and video. Right? Is that what you're telling
Oh
me?
yeah,
That
oh yeah,
that that he was able to catch them saying some crazy shit out in
oh
the
yeah.
open,
Like
wasn't
I've got a shotgun in the trunk of my car. I'm just saying. You're like, dude, I'm not trying to shoot anybody. Like they were back then. It was just a bunch of Call of Duty players, pimply faced Call of Duty players, but they've Soros and them have thrown a lot of money at Antifa now. They've got, of course, the conch, you have to listen to the conch or whatever to know, but
he?
like
Yeah.
they're talk about,
He,
they've got like retired people that are disgruntled former military that are like training in them and everything. I'd
hey,
still take my chances against them. If
right.
Antifa, the 3%ers and Proud Boys ever really locked horns, it'd be 7 minutes of our life we'd never get back. I mean,
Hey man,
one,
it'd be a bloodbath. I don't
oh
care
yeah,
which way that bloodbath swarmed. If these people were to really lock horns, I'm surprised it hasn't happened because they have at times smaller splinter groups
hmm
have locked horns. I've got
yeah,
video of some guys clashing with rebel flags and stuff, and it got taken off TikTok because I was just spoofing the fact that these guys were fighting with fire and like rebel flags and Nazi flags. I was like, what's up with that? If my grandparents were alive and saw that the fact that the Nazi flag is still getting any pub, they would lose their fucking minds, bro.
yeah.
Dude, my granddaddy
I,
fought in World War II. Specialist E6 Harper, USS Colorado, man. 34 months of his life in the South
yeah,
Pacific fighting the
my
Japanese.
granddad, he fought in, I don't think he saw any frontline activity. He was an MP and, some had a
Uh,
more of a technical role.
MP has
But
to do a tough job, though. You shake down people bigger than you. I knew a guy who was MP. He was in at the time when Nicaragua stuff was going on, and our government wasn't, our mainstream media wasn't telling us much about Nicaragua, but we were involved in it. My friend, they
every
had to
time
go there.
every time I ever heard when I was little, every time you'd hear the name Nicaragua on the news, growing up in the South, I'm like, what did he just say? Ha 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 ha.
Ah,
But
yeah, but there's some interest there for some reason.
yeah, well,
It's
it's just like
hey, the
I forgot. That's probably just all the stuff like Panama. They went and got Noriega and all this other.
I knew a guy that was involved in on that, and also the Battle of L.A. We can go back to that, but the Panama, they ran him out with rock music. Do you remember that? They used
Yeah,
as kind of psychological. They used psyops on him, and they blasted classic rock at like rock, like a like 50,000 watt speakers, They blasted
Hmm.
at the place where he was finally held up at, and he came out, man. He quit. He quit. I think is how the Marines and Army, regular Army, got his ass. I
I had a
think.
buddy that was a Marine Corps. This guy, he had two tattoos on his whole body. He was a I thought he was Hispanic because he had a Hispanic last name until I asked him to translate from Spanish for me. He's like, I don't know what you're talking about. But he had
Stepfather,
a U.S. He had the globe and anchor on one arm and a
right?
Danzig logo tattoo on the other arm. I was
He
like, do
was
you
just a
really?
fan of Danzig.
I,
He was just a fan.
yeah, like I said, you went all in on your two tattoos of Marines and Danzig. But he was in Panama, and
Right.
he never really talked about it. He said, "Yeah, I was on one of the teams that went to Panama, and so forth and so on."
Yeah, it was a
And in
big
talking to,
operation actually. When they
yeah,
finally collapsed on him, it was a pretty big operation. So you had Army, Marines, Special Ops, everybody was there when the shit when they
mhm,
finally flushed him out. They flushed him out of his little castle. Right.
yeah. But I was
Yeah. So
talking to
we both.
kind of an old
Go
hat Marine that was like
right.
one class older than this guy. So like this guy at the time was probably 30, and I was talking to a guy had probably got out about the time he had gotten in. And he
Right.
said, "Man, the people that they sent down, because I asked him, I was like, I always kind of thought this guy was a little crazy." And he said, if they sent him down to Panama, he probably was. Like
Yeah,
they
that
didn't
was
send their best and brightest.
no,
Hat
no.
Creek
It was
Homestead,
a shit. It was a shit
Hat
mission,
Creek
as my
Homestead
buddy
said
John.
we Hat Creek Homestead said they can't talk about what are we not talking about? Um, what are
Yeah,
Hat Creek Homestead also asked what we were wearing. I'm wearing a fine mix of rayon and cotton.
I have
Compliment.
a I have a cotton and polyester fucking Venom shirt on because I'm a comic book fan. It don't mean I can't fight though. That's
Right.
the old thing with comic books. Just because I read comic books don't mean I won't beat your ass. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like for real.
I
I
only
you know
ever had, hey, APN, what's happening, man? Arkansas, I thought you were going to bed, you old bastard. Um,
yeah.
I
Oh,
was
he's
never
helping
into,
us. He's
I
helping
was
us,
never
man.
into,
Go ahead.
yeah, I was never into comic books except X-Men.
Ooh, I
Um,
got some of those.
and I didn't really ever get into DC. I did have the one where
Oh,
the first time Superman died.
man, that was a
Uh,
popular book, and it's worth something now. Actually, that
yeah,
episode, he died and
yeah,
came back because he really didn't die, man. He was laying in hibernation, but yeah, it was. You
yeah.
know, they woke his ass back up too, and he got mad when they woke him up out of that peaceful state. That's when he
Yeah,
whooped the Justice League's ass in Hero Park. He whooped their ass.
I,
You know, Superman was always the nice guy, but you know what? When he gets mad, oh, it's over. That's why, because he shows restraint when he fights, because he breaks
right,
cities, he breaks places
right.
when he fights, so he has
Well,
to
he
be
spawned the
cool.
world in Superman 3, the movie.
You know
Superman.
what? I've watched. You know, I've watched all the movies. They don't do it for me like the books do because they change specific things about characters. I was like, hey, whoa, whoa, whoa! You can't do that. You can't change a Mysterio's background. You can't do that, y'all. That's not canon. You know, it's like anything when they adapt books to movies, it comes out shit. Even good quality stuff comes out right crap.
Well,
I mean,
I thought that the Marvel Studios had found the golden key
they
to
found it.
all
Yes,
they could print all the money they ever wanted to print
they
until
did.
they got into this SJW that we
Uh,
got to have gay characters. We got to have, you
Well,
know,
there are Stan Lee and Jack Kirby wrote gay characters. They're in there. They could just use the ones they got. You don't have to make up new shit or change the sex. Like of Wonder Woman being gay, she wasn't. It's just it's wrote in the books that Wonder Woman wasn't gay. I mean, I
no,
remember
she
the
was from a
ridiculous
planet that was only women, right, or something like that. Sorry, I'm
what?
not big on DC.
No, no,
Wasn't
no.
she
Well,
from
they yeah,
only
yeah,
women,
yeah,
like
yeah.
Amazonian type thing?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Well,
But you know, they were talking about changing her what she liked in her private time, and I was like, dude, stop, y'all, stop. You know, don't change the color of the character, don't change their background, don't do that. It's not. I don't know. books, movie. Hey, listen, there's comics, which is the real thing, and then there's these
Yeah.
movies, which have done great. But you know what it's done that's beautiful to me? It's got little kids in the park, still to this day, wearing little bitty Captain America shirts. When I see a little kid and then he knows he's like Captain America, and I'm like, yes, that's a good character for you to look up to, kid. Like,
I thought it was the ultimate like paradox, the ultimate irony that Chris Evans, who played Captain America, the greatest patriot ever,
oh
and
yeah,
made untold millions of dollars for all of those movies,
yeah.
came out against Trump and all this stuff. Like,
I remember.
okay, buddy, you know,
Listen,
but
we could go on to that one as the subject. I think that's where you were heading, is the go woke, get broke kind of thing. Listen,
yeah,
I as of about a month ago or less, I stopped buying any Coke products, and I'm not a soft drink buyer anyway, but I'm looking at labels. I'm not buying anything Coke in my house. I mean, just watch that because that they told their employees how to be more white or something, and I was like, nah, that's too far. Listen, we don't need Hollywood raising our children, man, or giving us advice. I don't want to hear that advice from entertainers. I've lost respect for so many great actors and ball players and all that. I've lost so much respect for them.
yeah. Dave Chappelle in one of his early stand-ups was kind of picking at Natalie Maines from the Dixie Chicks, because she
Yeah,
came out when Toby Keith did Red, White, and Blue song or whatever. Natalie Maines came out talking trash about George W. Bush. George W.
I
Bush
remember. I remember.
is a war criminal and deserves to be punished, as far as I'm concerned, and that's from a Republican standpoint. But
Right,
he was like, nobody cares what Natalie Maines thinks. She's just a little white girl that can sing all right, like nobody cares. He said, not when 9/11 happened, not one time did I need Ja Rule's input on what was going on in the world around me. Like, y'all just stay
right,
over there, do your thing, sing and dance and make your money and dribble balls and all that. Like, you don't live in the real world, therefore you're not entitled to an opinion on the real world, kind of thing. Get him,
right.
Shane. Shane Dixon says, can you tell us a little bit about the radios that you build? Yes, pimp your
Yes,
radio. Okay.
yes.
Uh, about a year and a half ago ish, I decided I was going to build a radio and ammo can as a joke, kind of for myself. And then it turned out pretty sweet. So I sent one to Bear Independent and he really liked it. And he talked about it nonstop and still does. He has 7 of my radios, not that he
Wow.
bought. He bought them. He did. I didn't send them to him. Yankee Survival, or I guess he goes by Howitzer Hill now. He bought one of them,
Okay.
and a couple other YouTube creators, and I have a couple more going out to a couple more YouTube creators that want them. So
Yeah.
therefore I have not spent any money on advertising. I just let them look at it, let them give their honest opinion. They start Arkansas Living has my most basic one. The biggest and baddest one, Redneck Prepper, do one with a Yaesu 7250 DR, dual band analog and digital 50-watt UHF VHF radio. It goes in a 40 millimeter can. Can I post a picture? You've used StreamYard more than me, Tennessee. Can I drop a picture into this? Or what would I have
Eh,
to do to like do a
I
screen
don't
share and
know,
show it?
bro. I'm learning from you tonight. I mean, honestly, no, that's me. You could, hey, well, you should let me keep on going, but no, that's not right. You'd have to do it on your laptop, I think, or if you're on a phone, if you've got that picture. Wait a minute.
Sorry.
Where's
So
the,
that's what happens. That's what happens when I try to do something on my phone. This is why I need my webcam
I,
to work.
all right, listen, there is a deal with that amendment one that I think you have to have a laptop to be rolling like that. Like right now, I'm watching you on my Samsung. Me and you are talking, but I see you on my smart TV and me and you behind me. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
behind me. But I got that muted so it ain't got us echoing. But so the
that's what I'm
chat's
doing
slow
too.
for me. That's the chat
Well, that's
slow for me.
I know from the computer I can grab some imagery. I can grab the website and drag it in. But
Mhm.
back to what he was asking,
Oh,
the 50
go
watt
ahead.
radio. It has 30 amp hours of battery capacity on board. It has uh, headphone jack if you want to use a headset, so that not everybody's listening to what you're talking about.
Right.
Problem with VHF and UHF radios, like Tennessee mentioned earlier, he wants to be able to talk to somebody in Botswana if he wants to be able to talk to somebody in Botswana.
Roar
With
Boston.
Yeah, or what? Yeah, come
Yeah.
on, but really, who?
My
But
friend, I have one buddy that lives there. Him and his mom, they're good people, but that's it.
you
That's
can
the
do
only
it.
thing I care
You can do
about.
it with an HF radio. You can. I've got friends that are far more into ham radio than I am. That are talking to people in Scotland and just on a 5 watt radio.
Yeah.
But with an HF radio, VHF, UHF radio, you're basically limited by your horizon. The trick with them is to be able to hit a repeater antenna.
Cool.
Yeah, they do come with an antenna in the can and everything too. If you want to go, it's easier. And I'm not trying to pass the buck and give you guys homework. If you want to go to amendment1preparedness.com, there's a little blurb on the front, but you can see where it says shop, and at the bottom it says canned ham. It is a lot about the antenna as far as you're being able to receive. What you want is
Right.
well, it would be one even if we had to go pick them up. APN, I don't remember the date, 17th, I think. I'm going to be doing a bunch of stuff in the next couple weeks. I'm sending my wife and children to Michigan for about 14 days, and
Shipping
as
them off
such,
to boot camp.
now I'm shipping them off to Grammy and Grampy's house, and I'm going to get
Oh,
some
they'll
stuff
have
done.
fun. They'll have fun.
Um, I've got several high velocity lead dispensers that need to be zeroed and run a little bit, try to break them, and
Right.
and I can't really budget the time when I got somebody screaming at me. Then it's the perfect time to
You
join. Anyway,
you
so
have
yeah,
been
we'll talk about
busy
that.
since I've
Go ahead.
known you. You have been very busy with the radios. You are always you get your hands in, man. You're playing Prepperty, okay, with your hands in radios, dude. You're doing all kind of and yeah, you're like no, it's her turn, and you're like I'm like this guy is hustling y'all, man. He's like doing a Minnesota Fats on y'all right now,
Yeah,
like
they my
is that
brain
did I
does
say
not
that
run in
right?
a linear
Yeah.
fashion. Uh,
Hmm.
send one. Jeff Harp says send one with her because I'm in Michigan. If I could get one done before she leaves and we can work out payment arrangements, Jeff Harp, I might be able to make that happen.
See,
Um,
you're busy. You're busy,
well,
bro.
I'm busy, and I talked to Arkansas for about 30 minutes today. I'm busy, and I'm absolutely, completely wiped out. I have zero cash flow. I ordered
Uh,
thousands with an S, thousands of dollars worth of radios, which are
right.
now playing Duck Duck Goose in the port of LA in that logjam that's going on in the port of Los Angeles right now.
Mm.
Tied up every penny of equity and like kind of bootstrap cash that I had to get a bunch of buy radios because the price is going up. I mean, they've got semiconductor shortages going on all over the world. They've got
I heard
raw
that a few
material
weeks ago.
shortages, all
The
that stuff.
mainstream
So
media made sure they mentioned that one. Did you notice that Amendment One? That was like, hey, everybody had that story. Hey, semiconductors are going to be on like scarcer than hen's teeth type of
yeah.
stuff. Sorry to use the Southern reference to all
No,
anybody who's not
I
Southern.
actually use that. I use that reference with on a live with when Arkansas was live one night, and I
I
said something
heard
about
you.
being,
Yeah.
and he was
Yeah,
like,
now I was talking to anybody in the chat, like, we know what that means. I had a uncle, Red, and he worked at a place, and every part we'd try to call him on the phone, and he'd be like, boy, them 350 Chevrolet alternators are scarcer than hen's teeth. That's what he'd say. I'm like, no, they're not. They're everywhere, dude. Stop
"You've got
playing us, Uncle
75
Red.
of them on the shelf behind you."
Man, he knew where to get 25 of them, and I'm not kidding you. But he'd tell you they're scarcer than hen's teeth. And I'm like, no, they're
Yeah,
not. Uncle Red, stop
you
that
have to
shit.
create the idea of scarcity to drive the price up. They do it to
Yeah,
us all the
well,
time.
but we were like, we're family, you scumbag. Like, we'd call him on it, and he'd be like, come on down. He said, I got a bunch, and I'll give you a 90-day on some of these. Come on down. But I'm like, scarcer
I
than hen's
guess.
teeth. But I think he just busting our balls on the phone is what he
Yeah.
was doing, because he always gave us the price, you
Yeah.
know.
They
We
I
built a lot
forgot
of cars back in the day, so.
I built a lot of custom trucks. I had the last one I had was a 94 one-ton crew cab dually that I
Oh,
had to raise the suspension to open the doors on it. It was
for
all the
me,
rocker beams off of it and all that.
damn, you had to go from the guts. I built
Yeah, I
some
did.
Pontiacs back in the day, a Trans Am, and several Grand Prix, the bigger body ones, and with the 400s and 455s. And I was having my stepdad help me boost them up a little bit, different cams and stuff. So
Yeah.
my Trans Am was, I ain't never had nobody get close to me except this Ford truck one night. I'll say that on in front of anybody. There was a Ford truck man almost got in my ass one night, and I ain't had no problems in the Trans Am because it was 455. Dude, that's 7.6 liter. It had the like 40-mile-an-hour punch. That thing was the most ruthless car I ever drove. And
I
I
built
had her punched up a little. I had stepdaddy do some stuff, and we did some stuff to the ignition. So nobody ever was able to give me any problems. But one night, this Ford truck came rolling up on me. I
I
saw the
remember the nights. It was a dark
Yeah,
and
man.
cloudy night.
Yeah, it was no, it was clear and beautiful. And man, we took it from about a 30 punch. And man, I was worried about him. He was the only one ever gave me a run. I was like, that's a truck. I was like, that boy probably running some kind of hyped up 302 in there that I have no idea about. I'm over here with a big block trying to street run with this guy. But it was today. I'm not that
They,
guy no more. I'm a grandfather and a father, and I have a busy, crazy life. Like you, man. I worry about you. You're like, no, I've got radios to do, but I'll do the property. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah,
well,
that is this and that and that. Yeah. I was proud of you, man. I wanted to tell you that again.
that's
Hey, I
what I was
think in
saying
the
a second ago. Like,
championship, I'm feeling
do
you,
they do
man.
a
You're the
retirement of champion?
no, and yes, and you're going to be in it. You will absolutely be going against the champions. I got a good feeling on you, man.
I think, Danny grooms those questions, right?
Right?
If she knows if Gray's going to be on, there won't be a medical category, and she knows if so and so is going to be on, they won't have a whatever category. She stacks that thing. I'm kind of a
Hey,
wild card. You
she
take the
stacked
commo,
it
take the
against
commo
you,
question.
and she stacked it against you, bro. Now listen, she didn't stack it as well as she thought against you. Now,
No, I
because
came
you
in out of
were
the chat. I came
oh
in out of the chat. I didn't. She had no warning.
you really.
I stole it. Yeah.
Oh no, no! Listen, you're saying just because she didn't get a profile on you, is that what you're telling me? Because she
I
didn't
don't.
watch your
There's not one.
videos?
I don't have any.
Oh, see, she could look at me and go, "Hey, I'm not going to ask no bushcraft stuff too much to him, or about
Yeah.
lighting fires, or
He's
about
got
certain
that
things that
Cody
I do well."
Lundeen headband on.
Huh?
You got that Cody Lundeen headband. She's not going to ask you bushcraft story.
Well, no. I'm not the biggest bushcrafter. What I do is I try to do the complete package. If you look it back, I talk about the stuff you need to stack for your family. A
Mhm.
multi-purpose items. I show my 22. I have a classic 22 nylon that I show.
Yeah, I
I
saw that
give you the
video the other
schematic.
night.
Yeah, yeah. Just like I want to share with people, and that one's gotten a lot of success, like 890 views. Like seriously,
Mhm.
just because I people like that firearm, and
And
my
they
ammo
they
videos,
couldn't give them away when they were new.
dude.
They could not.
Man, you know what? You know this. I know. I remember. I mentioned that a tiny bit of that. People had no idea about composites and plastics. And listen, this company that developed it, DuPont, was going to be. They built this nylon moldable material that was going to be a future classic for the world. That screwdriver you're using right there is probably in the same family of the birth of those rifles. The plastics
Hmm.
being developed by DuPont in the 1959 to 1989 was the production run of that rifle. So that composite was already being developed by DuPont.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
they had Bakelite and stuff that they were building
Mhm.
M16 parts out of in '54. Um,
Right. Dude, I had an uncle that worked there.
AK, yeah.
That was a job to have. They lived in the old Hickory area of Tennessee, and that was the job you had. You know what I mean? It was back in the old days, though. My Uncle Leo, supposedly he got emphysema from working there, man. And that's
I
what his
wouldn't doubt it.
doctors told him. Yeah, back
I
in
wouldn't
those
doubt it.
days. Yeah, man. And that's what he died of. But I mean, not to be a bummer. Let's not be a Debbie Downer. What's the biggest and baddest? Oh, I'm stepping on your radio stuff, and I don't want to.
You're fine. What I was saying like that, and I can go back to that in a little bit. I've got 50-watt radios that I do in them. I finished a 50-watt self-contained solar powered repeater can. So you can set up your own repeater networks with no infrastructure. Don't have pictures of it yet because I've been doing this instead of taking pictures. But there's in order of price, there's the reduced fat canned ham light, which is unpowered. It's the one Arkansas Living shows on his channel all the time. I don't I don't have one in progress right now. It goes up
What?
from that to a what's called the Can-Am Lite, which is a 50 can with a 25-watt radio, external speaker, on-off switch, power connectors, and a voltmeter. It's intended to be run off your cigarette lighter or run off of a power supply. What that kind of put that
At your
for is,
house.
like, say you've got a Jeep and you've got your regular truck and you've got a side by side, and you don't want to put a radio in each one of those, but you want to have a radio when you're in it. So you just grab this can, stick it down between the seats, plug it to the cigarette lighter, and you got a radio in whatever vehicle you're in. Then I have three different powered ones that you literally can take the can off the lid off the can, throw the antenna over a tree limb, turn it on, and you got a listening position or a relay position. That's what a lot of people would use a simplex box like that for. Just you got a guy that's sitting up on top of the hill, he's covered, nobody can see him. You're at the bottom of this hill, your other guy's at the bottom of this hill, and all he's doing is relaying messages back and
Right. Is
forth.
that
So
what you? Right.
so topography is what kills you with UHF and VHF. So if
Listen,
you
I asked because I'm in Tennessee, and I think just like where you live, it's very hills and rolling hills and a lot of ups and downs. So
right,
it's line of sight, it's horizon, like you say. But like you said, you could have your own repeater. Would that allow you to reach out farther?
yeah, what you'd
Without
want to do,
that.
and it depends on if you're like, for example, if you're in the foothills parts of Tennessee or whatever, where there is
No,
like a
no.
maybe a 200-foot rise somewhere, you know.
Yeah,
Um,
possibly,
yeah,
possibly.
well, like if like in the
No,
I can't remember the area of Tennessee. It's in the southeast corner, like kind of at that Georgia junction in that. Um,
uh,
it has
I
a
know
name.
Lawrenceburg. That's down south, and I know as you're going toward Huntsville and all that. I've never been in that way. I don't know what's in the
It's
corner.
called like
I feel
it has a
dumb.
name. The something Highlands, the such and such Highlands. I can't remember what they call it. But anyway, if you're in an area like that, like what I could do here and where I'm at now, um, I can hit my brother radio to radio on the other side of town here, it's several miles away with some little rolling topography. But any further than that, and the hills kill me. But what I could do is go find an empty lot. Yes, I am using a ladder antenna, Redneck Pepper. It's made by a guy named Joe Krychek from N9TAX.com. He makes them himself. He sold over 16,000 of them. I bought 300 of them. They're great antennas. You go find an empty lot, Tennessee, between you and your next guy, just some place where it's just a little
Right,
woodsy
right.
patch that you could park this little can, point some solar panels where you know you can get some sun, and then throw this antenna up over a tree limb. What I'll do is that you just tie a piece of cordage to the end of it, tie a rock to it,
Right,
chuck it over a limb, winch it up,
right,
and
right, right, right.
you set up your little ball fangs to transmit on that frequency. It grabs it, spits it back out. Jasper Highlands. That's exactly what I was thinking about, APN. Thank you. And I know who you are. I saw your parenthetical information a second ago. So then
APN.
he goes to the top of the hill, grabs that, and with your little 5-watt radio, but then it shits it back out at a 50-watt power to reach. So as long as you can get high ground, they work really well. One
So,
of the
so
guys on our Discord server talked me into doing it.
like me, I'd be a guy who'd be reaching out. Like, this is a radio for kind of a bad situation to where, or also just communication to people close. You reach out, right? I'd be able to reach out with this radio within close to me, and I am at a pretty flat spot myself. There's some
Mhm.
woodlands, but nothing. I'm in a city. I'm in the edge of a very not so grown up city. I'm in the suburbs. I need to
Right.
sell this place and move to the country, bro. I'm not even playing. Like I've got
There's
this is
not,
paid for. It's paid for.
yeah, that's the thing. Like, I watch Pastor Joe and all those guys, and I grew up in South Arkansas, like town of 10,000 was big, when we got a 24-hour Walmart, that shit was real. Like the things had just gotten
Yeah.
serious.
I
Uh,
grew up in Nashville, bro. For 44 years, I lived in Nashville, Tennessee, Music City,
Daily
and I was a
Wire,
rock musician.
Daily Wire just moved their whole operation from LA to Nashville.
Mhm.
DailyWire.com, Ben Shapiro and all them.
They running
They
with
got
the
tired.
girl from isn't she with them now? Man,
Yeah.
fine. Mandalorian,
Well,
and also
Yeah, Gina,
Deadpool. I like
what's her
her.
name?
I like
Candace Owens
manly
just from
girls.
Daily Wire.
You hear me? Any of you manly girls out there? I like manly girls, and I like that. They look like that.
I don't.
She can fight too, though. That girl can fight, like real
Yeah, yeah,
MMA,
she
and
could
then
fight before she ever got on
smart
TV.
too,
So
though. Yeah, yeah. She used that to jettison to something better. She had a degree, and she's pretty smart, smart lady.
yeah.
And the
Um,
Mandalorian made her. If she ever wants to do anything, people would work with her. They'd
mhm.
work with her.
Ben Shapiro used to tell people he would have people on that would come like people that were from Hollywood come
Right, right.
in to visit the office and talk to him because Ben Shapiro will talk to anybody. Now, if you he may shut you
Yes.
down, but he'll talk to you.
Yeah. He's
Um,
open to any conversation if you can do it. He will let you bring any. Yes.
yeah, as long as you can support your own arguments. If you got weak arguments, you better pack a lunch.
Yeah, he'll
Um,
destroy you if you don't have your facts together. And
but he's told people from Hollywood, conservatives from Hollywood, that said like, look, if you know what's good for you, don't tell a soul that you came in this office. And when they're like, oh, my friends won't care, my producer won't care, and then they say something to the wrong person in Hollywood, like, yeah, I stopped by the Daily Wire offices when I was in LA or whatever, and they can't get work out.
blacklisted. You have
Yep.
been excommunicated, comrade.
I have
Your papers.
decided that I know, I think I have decided that I know what the problem is with the United States. You may hear it here first. It's going to be groundbreaking, prophetic, life changing. The problem with the United States right now is all of these childless adult politicians. These politicians are making all these laws. They don't have kids. They have no
Yeah.
skin in the game. Like,
Mm,
I have to think about everything I do. If I'm going to go buy a canned Coke and I have X amount of money in the bank, I have to think about if I go spend 79 cents, if you can even find a canned Coke now for that
you
much.
could,
But
but it's going to cost you $1.12.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But like,
Yeah.
I have to decide right then and there at the most basal level. Honestly, even less than that. If it's 2 o'clock in the morning and I got to pee, and I know if I
Right.
flush the toilet, I'm gonna wake that 2-year-old up and I'm gonna get my ass beat by my wife. I won't pee. All right, because there's consequences. All of these childless adult politicians that are married and their partner or their whatever, they don't have any kids. They can't
Ooh,
see
brother.
past their own face. They can't see past the hood ornament, man. Because let's
Preaching,
just make it all these changes because
preaching to
there's
the choir.
nobody we know will suffer. We will all get
Hey,
rich.
will we,
Hat Creek
man?
Homestead is right. People are raising pussies. George Carlin called it
Hey,
the pussification of the American male.
woo, God,
And
I had a little bit too much overdose of George Carlin. My mother was one of the most cultural, coolest people I've ever met. She raised me on Carlin. Yeah, yeah, that stuff still rings true. You could wind his tapes in 30 more years if we're still around, and
how
it'll
long has
still
he
make
been gone
sense.
now? Like 7 or 8
Um,
years?
a while. I could Google it, but it's been a while. But to
That's
me,
the
him
same
and like
thing though.
Richard
You can
Pryor were the most dynamic people I ever seen do that thing. Like, if you want to talk about my favorites, because when I was 14, I saw Richard Pryor live on Sunset Strip with my mother, and I was blown away. My mom and me were really cool. Get it, single mom, and she took
yeah.
me. She said, "You're gonna hear some cuss words, and I don't want to hear you say them around your grandmother." And I promised her.
Don't get
And
me
and
in
my
trouble.
mom, listen, and I went and I saw Richard do this thing, and I'd heard, MFer and certain words he used in a way I'd never heard only my mom use them. I was like, this guy cusses better than my mom. Like, I was
Yeah, he's
shocked.
good at this.
Yeah, no, mom was good at it too. I was like, dang, she talks like Richard.
Yeah.
I was like, my mom knows some of the same words, right?
I
So
watched
she,
back in 2000 or so. There was a Richard Pryor on DirecTV or Dish Network.
one of
I
his
think
one of his
it
many
may have been
stand-ups.
alive on the Sunset Strip. It's the one where he
He's
talks
in
about
red.
shooting his
He's
car.
in red. He's
He
in
talks
red.
about shooting his car and his Doberman pinchers and stuff. I to this day I've never laughed that hard. But the thing about Pryor and the thing about Carlin, Pryor was very in his prime. He was very 70s jive turkey. The lingo was a lot different. I tell you what, Jack. Well, he talks like Joe
Yeah.
Biden. But the
Well, the facial expressions too, and the way he expressed himself on the words. Yeah, Richard was a genius. Yeah, but it was 70s. Yeah, honk.
You
Oh,
could
you
watch.
remember
You could go watch
still
Carlin right now, and if he didn't have, if you didn't see like in the beginning of it a movie, like a poster like live in 1997, it's
right.
every bit as poignant, it's every bit as thoughtful today because it was solid. I mean,
Exactly.
he's super
That's what
smart
I'm
guy.
saying. It's going to be relevant in 30 years. Listen, as a person who finds myself well informed and to have a kind of a moderate conservative view on the world and in love and in faith, love, and hope and all those things, he still says things that make me go, dang, I need to work on that a little bit. George, you're
Oh yeah.
right. Like, I need to not be that person. He never offended me, but he still will make you go, dang, I need to remember that shit in my life, what he just said to me. Like,
I would
he
I
doesn't.
would
He
say I'm
doesn't.
probably libertarian.
I'm moderate.
Depends on the day.
To be honest, I'm a
It depends
moderate
on the day.
conservative.
I'm either a libertarian leaning conservative or a conservative leaning libertarian. So like on a Venn diagram,
Right, right.
I'm like somewhere where those two circles overlap. That's me.
Listen, all those circle overlay, stats they do. Yes, 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 sir.
But yeah, I
We
love
just
talking to you.
lost Google. We just lost. So it would be people will be mad at you because you're a moderate or a conservative. A moderate conservative, whatever you choose to be. I think you should look at it and do your research. But
Well,
I feel spooked, and I'm a prepared person, man. As a person, and my the stuff I'm doing in my life, and have got stacked up and watched out for myself over this last 2 years, I feel pretty good. But damn, I'm still worried. Like
so
I'm
what,
I
here's what I
am
want to
I am
do.
a prepper deep down. I am a
Here's
prepper,
what
but
I
I'm
want
also
to do.
tactical too.
Yeah, what I want to do. Gray is getting some killer interviews right now, and I'm not trying to do that thing. Bear does a deal when
Mhm.
he's live somewhere, like on a mission or whatever. He'll do like
Right,
a prepper 20 questions thing. I
right,
want
right,
us
right, right.
to, as a group, um, I want to do like a scheduled sit down. We don't have to live stream it. We can just do it on here, and then we can post it on both our channels or whatever. Do a
Right,
20
right.
questions, but you and I both know what 15 of those questions are, right? The
So I
other
get a
five,
75. No,
well, no, I'm saying we'll put our heads together and kind of agree on 15 questions, so you can give some backstory and you have a little bit of background and a little
yeah,
bit of product planning.
yeah,
And then the five
yes,
other
yes.
questions are going to be out of left field. Like he always
Right, right,
says,
right.
would you rather fight 1,000 chicken-sized T-Rexes or one T-Rex-sized chicken? That's his weird wild card question.
Oh, you know what, man? I could kick a lot of them little ones, but that one, I'd rather take him on out and get him out of the game. But think about him; he's gonna be big. Well, yeah.
But can you imagine the drumstick though? You know what I'm
Oh yeah,
saying?
yeah. He'd be good eating. That reptilian burn. It'd be tough. It'd be tough eating. I
Um,
think dinosaur eating would have been tough, don't you?
Probably. Well, any
Taking
predator
them
animal. If you notice,
brontosaurus.
we don't eat predator animals really. Like people go lion
No,
hunting, but you never hear anybody eating lions.
no.
I
You know
figure they
why?
probably
Because
can.
that shit's yeah.
Redneck Prepper in chat, I actually have an armature built over my table here and stuff to be able to do tabletop overhead, build a radio as I go deals. But like I was telling him earlier, my $7 yet webcam through a rod, and I had to get a couple other little things. So I'm actually set up to do that. That's one of the things I want to do is just do a start to finish. I'll probably record it and then post it as a time lapse because it's going to take 10,000 hours to build one, especially
Uh,
because I'm trying to turn this thing off of the screen. One second. Sorry.
right.
It's
It,
been
it
up for a
should
while.
be some controls, some of them there. Yeah, I didn't mean to
There we go.
step on your radio thing tonight because this is
No, no, I
intriguing, the
wanted to
stuff
talk
you
to you
do.
anyway. I wanted to talk to you anyway. This was what keeps me from doing this. Like I got my hands
Work it
doing this,
right. I get
left
it. I
brain.
keep my hands busy, even sitting here talking to you. I'm keeping my hands busy. I vape or I'm grabbing my drink. I have to do it too. Man, I go to bed thinking, let's go to sleep, and then I start thinking about gear systems that nobody's thought of that I could make work and make power. And I'm like, what is going on? Like, my mind says you're not going to sleep.
Hmm.
You're not going to sleep. Like I start
Um,
thinking of inventions and stuff. I'm just using the gears as an example, but I'll think of inventions that nobody's done and just weird stuff that I could do with just what I've got here at home. You know,
yeah, well, a lot of the
uh,
stuff I seen, like you can go buy like a an energy or a Renogy like solar generator, but
right.
also build one, a ghetto one, in a 50 can, a fat 50 can.
I
I
like the
call it my,
ghetto one.
yeah,
Sign
it's
me up.
ghetto. Uh,
Yeah, sign me
my
up.
my my fancy schmancy little ring light here. I'm not going to show
Uh,
you because you'll laugh, but it
no,
is
I wouldn't.
a 12-volt deer feeder battery,
Deer
a
feeder
stick of
battery.
ABS plastic stuck to it with 3M tape, and then four
Right,
Chinese LED lights off eBay.
right.
But I had everything.
For your work area, you're saying? And look, if it points down and it does the job, is that
Now
what we're
this is
talking
just
about?
no. I've got 16 feet of fluorescence over my head, but this is just my
Oh,
little
okay, good.
so the bags under my eyes
Oh,
don't look.
dude, look up tonight. I have a just. I tried to do extra light because I never get a good picture. You look great, man. You look great. Like you're like, hey, everybody. Like Arkansas, you were able to poke out at him about the beard because you're like, boy, my stuff's luscious, while yours is. You, hey, Trip Pepper Tribe tonight said that he said Arkansas got a fade beard. He cut it into a fade.
That's funny.
I'm
Like
sorry, man.
Sean King or somebody. Um,
Hey, if he trolls me, I would never do a live because I'm scared of doing this one or any of them because I'm afraid Arkansas will come on and he'll light up the place.
yeah, I
I'd
know.
rather have him
I'll boot him if
in
he
my
starts causing
stream.
trouble.
No, no, you don't do that. But your best bet with him is to bring him on the panel because you can at least
Crush him.
sort of control him. You can sort of keep him calm, and he'll keep us calm and tell us, "Hey, wait a minute now, hold on
No,
now,
no, you hold on a minute.
you hold on."
Yeah, the fact that
Hmm.
he's not singing
I've
Johnny
I have
Paycheck, I don't know why.
I have watched him. I have watched him become a phenomenon and it not change him. And I think in a moment it did change him. He started staying up late at night, but I'll tell you, his rise to where he's at now, and people seeing him as a genuine personality. I was his 141st subscriber, right? So I was with him from almost day 7 or
Right.
something. And man, he rose to thousands, man. But he still, when he still gets back to me when I say something on his stuff, and he'll mention me in live streams and stuff, and that's cool. We're kind of a weird big family, and when somebody's a fake, they're gonna get ousted. I'm telling you, or somebody's got some
Let me
dark
tell you.
secrets,
So
man.
I
We
know that.
oust them.
Let's talk about that a little.
Okay,
We
I'm
know,
game.
we
I
know,
ain't
and you
scared of.
know, and we're going to make a no proper names mentioned rule here.
All
We
right.
know and of somebody a month ago that got caught up in a scandal
Well,
involving
that had to.
money. The one that
Uh,
was collecting money for another creator that didn't have a PayPal and ended up only sending them half of it and pocketing like $750, and he got outed on it. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, without mentioning names, it's somebody I
Yeah.
respect. I saw some video that was supposedly pointing at something, and the video didn't show me very much. I was like, so what's that mean? It seemed
Hmm.
like to me the things that he was mad about, this person
Hmm.
we're talking about in particular, he was mad for certain reasons at certain people for real reasons. Like he had
Hmm.
reason to beef with certain people. Like,
Yeah.
they listen, Freedom Gathering. I don't know if you were around, dude. I watched it. I watched it. I was there as in the live stream. We had 5 or 6 of these really top dog people talking about this thing called the Freedom Gathering. And I'm gonna tell you, after then, it went south. All of it went south, and it's continued to go south. These lives that people do on top of other people's lives and stuff. Like we're the only person we're stepping on would be Dangerous Freedom, who I'd be rocking it with him right now if I wasn't with you. You know what I mean? I wanted to come on and make your.
No,
Is this your first live stream?
no, I've done two more.
Oh,
One night,
I was
the
hoping
first
that
night
was the first.
I was thinking about you the whole time.
Hey,
Um,
listen, man, I've tried really hard on this one. I feel like I look terrible. I feel terrible. I've had a rough few days. Grandson meet stuff is what I'll blame that on,
right.
and just regular
Sure.
stress. But I was like, man, if he wants me to come on, I can't say no. I was like, let me get myself together a little bit and go on, man. He's asking me and he's reaching out, and I'm like, yes. But like,
Well,
I was just like, I'm gonna at least tell him to his face that hey, you were busting their ass the other night, and you were holding back. You were holding
I
back,
felt
I think,
terrible,
at
man. I
times.
felt terrible. Oh, what was his name? The guy that was on there. He
Oh
was
yeah, and
answering a question. He
yeah,
was answering a
Phoenix,
question.
or no,
He
not
was
Phoenix.
he was tanking it.
He wasn't
I don't
tanking it on purpose. It was
no
just
no,
he
but
didn't know the
this one
questions,
particular question, he was going down the wrong path.
right?
He was trying to get his thoughts straight. He was going the wrong direction. And I watched the replay, part of the replay, and over there I was in my subconsciously going,
I
no.
think I remember you saying, he was on the right track. He just wasn't on the wrong street or something. You were giving him kind
Yeah.
of credit, like where he was going in this direction. I think I'll tell you the direction he was going, and it kind of worked out that way. You were a very gracious player. You were not you were very gracious in the way you handled it. And that's one of the toughest things to do, is to play that game.
Well,
Seriously, it
I
sounds
jumped
like
on
a
that live
joke.
stream. I jumped on that first live stream. First time I was ever on the internet was that night I jumped on Arkansas's live stream and I met you.
Right, right,
And
right.
I felt like
Well,
part of
I'd
the
been
reason why I've kind of been wanting to reach out to you is because I feel like we kind of hit it off, a little budding bromance.
No, yeah,
So
what happened was he had been hyping you, and I'll tell you this, and if Arkansas, you're listening, Arkansas has always from day one tried to talk about your radios in one out of every three videos. He'd say, hey guys, I wanted to talk to you about these radios, but I didn't get time. Like he would set out on his day to talk about your radios in a video, and and he would. He'd keep on naming you and say he makes these cool radios, and he would show his, and he was
Mhm.
always a fan of yours, of what you do. I
No,
think. I think he respects the skill set.
well, I talked to him a good bit back when he was ordering his. I talked to him on the phone back first of last year. He's had that one since
Mhm.
March or April of last year. He was one of the first few people that got one.
Well, he was,
And so he was my friend before he ever got on YouTube. As far as
yeah.
I, well, you're talking about us kind of being a big weird family or whatever. One of the things, a little funny story. I'm on a Discord server of Arkansas preparedness minded people. APN is on our server, and
Right.
there's a woman there that she said, "Oh, it's just me and my husband. We're just out here in the all by ourselves, and there's nobody here that thinks like us, and so forth and so on." And I asked her via DM what part of the state she lived in, and she told me, and I said, "Look, I've got a radio customer that's from down in your area." And I said, if you want me to, I'll ask him if it's okay, and I'll get him your email address, and maybe y'all can talk because he's a prepper too. Well, it was Arkansas, and they uh, they live 1,000 yards from each other and didn't know it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Boy, you talking about 6 degrees of separation and the weirdest stuff in the world. Well, my grandson, you better go to bed, son.
But part of where I was going with that was what is
Go lay down.
interesting to me as I've accumulated phone numbers through this stuff and developed relationships with people doing these radios. I know if I get in trouble in Tennessee, I got somebody's number. You got my number.
Yeah,
If I get
yeah.
in trouble in Oklahoma, I got a dozen grown ass men in Oklahoma's phone number.
Oh yeah,
You
you
know,
got one good ally out there. It sounds like that Barry Independent's a big fan of you. He's one of those guys that I would look to because he's soldier. He's done that, been there, done that kind of shit. Like if it was the SHTF, I'd want to be around guys like that that could lead me and say, "Look, Jeremy, this is what you're good at, and I want you to do this for me." Like I'd listen to Bear in a bad situation. He'd say, "Look, put your shit together,
mhm.
and I want you to do this for me, okay?" And I'd be like, "Yeah, I got you. I can do that." He could, he's a guy that could focus a bad
uh,
situation into better,
he
that,
is a softer version of himself in person, but he is the same guy in person. He's not a
yeah,
person, he's not a persona. He's a person. I've been to his
you're
house.
right. Yeah, lovable warrior, dude, poet warrior. He's kind of one all of those, a Renaissance warrior, Father. What is that one?
What's
War
that?
Poet. I needed to see it on the TV. War Poet.
Yeah. Yeah, got in on the founders deal when they were starting the WPSN and bought in early, so paid for a year in advance and got a free T-shirt. They've got
Right,
some great
right.
content on there, man. For $10 a month, for the price of Netflix, they've got some incredible content on Warrior Poet Society Network. They're
You
trying to
talking about
build this
John? John?
John Lovell. Hmm.
Oh man, did you see him with the African guys, man?
Yeah,
The lady, oh, dude, some guy said, I want to be the first guy to smoke weed with John Lovell. I was like, dude, I don't know if John would share that if he does, Puff. I don't think he's going to share that on his million subscriber channel, bro. I was like, damn, when you're big, you get like I like him. He's in my list, right? Because I've running, gunning, and some of the techniques and the things he can teach you about weapons
and his
and also
personality,
situational.
his
Yeah,
his
oh, he
personality
is.
is so.
But I'll tell you, his experience that what we don't see that he's had before we met him is what makes him that'd be one of the worst guys you'd want coming after you is a guy like him because
Yeah,
he what was he he was he was different. Yeah, he was Rangers, so they're different. They separate the Rangers, don't they?
yeah.
Yeah. So they're like a
He
weird
has
clique
a
on their own.
I don't remember if it was. I think it was on YouTube. He has some videos called War. It's like a series of videos called War Stories, and
Right.
he's in a range. He's in an indoor range. He's got his kit on. He's got his rifle, and he just starts telling a funny story about the latrine at this one base. And he's just telling a story. Well, his producer at any given time, randomly during that story, he'll go threat, and he's just like bang, and he turns around, bang, 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 clear.
Right.
So my sergeant was telling me, but he's like, boo, like that would be somebody. I wouldn't want to fight that guy with
Man.
several people, not in a gunfight.
No, no, I'm telling you, that's a guy that could literally, he would just jump through you in a hallway and kind of break something of you and try to get through you and get out the door. Like if it was just him and he wasn't armed and y'all were fist fighting him in a hallway, he's the kind of guy that'd break a couple of legs or maybe break your forearm somehow. A fighter. He's
Stop the
a
fight.
pure fighter. Yeah.
Stop
A
the fight.
small
He just
guy,
kind of
but all lean. with weapons. Oh, dude, you could be like, "Hey, John, these people are messing with me and they threaten me with guns." He'd be like, "Hey, I got you." Ta 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 ta. It'd be over in a few minutes. I mean, he can handle himself. You can tell. He
Mhm.
taught me about the canting and everything, and I use his
um,
techniques on my pistol shooting and my rifle shooting. I use Warrior Poets canting techniques and prepping outside the box as well.
I do
Like,
his rifle. I went through his rifle setup thing. You basically like the. I think I got a rifle. Hang on.
uh, I've only
So
I've only got a Smith and
so
Wesson 9mm with me
yeah.
tonight.
So he was talking about setting your stock length. He said hold it vertical here, and you want to
Right
go about an inch and a half off your bicep is where you want it to be.
off the bicep.
And it's
All
like
right.
that kind of thing. He just stuff like that, little things like that. Because I've never, for the same reason why I've never kept a Les Paul. I've owned Les Pauls, but I've never had one I really loved. But I've
Oh,
always
I
loved Kelly.
have. I have.
I
I've
liked
played
them. I
some that
liked them
I
just
fell in
fine,
love
but I
with.
never loved them. Uh,
Oh,
but I love
dude.
Tellys. It's an ergonomic thing.
Uh, my first great guitar was a '82 Fender American Telly, and it made me it learned. I was able to learn full chords and bar chords with that guitar. The action was so sweet and so buttery that I learned all my bar chords and was able to progress on to become a better guitar player from playing a Telly. But man,
Yeah.
I got to play the Joe Perry Les Paul for about 2 months, and I ain't never heard nothing get that nasty. But also play in a church too. That was a nasty guitar. It had active humbuckers. You pick up the volume switch, and it made them active like EMGs. Made
Yeah.
an active pickup, and it was just I don't know. It was just
I'm a
very
dealer
simple.
for a dealer for Rio Grande pickups. They're Robin guitars. You're old enough to remember Robin guitars. The guy
I
from
was
the guy from the guy from Slaughter, the guitarist from Slaughter that was such a badass. Jim Kelly or
Uh,
Joe Kelly.
I
Anyway,
don't remember much about Slaughter. I wasn't a
Robin
hair metal
guitars were
guy,
all,
really.
yeah.
Right,
Robin guitars were all Floyd guitars. They were Strat pattern, super Strats. Um,
right.
Come on, Papa, it's okay. I don't know what we're talking. We got a whole different conversation going on in the chat over there. I don't know if
Well,
they
we
like
went
our
to
subject.
guitars real quick because I'm a guitar player too. The guitar I go to these days is a Jackson Reverse, and it
Yeah.
stays in tune for weeks, and it sounds like a Gibson, and it stays in tune like a, it performs so well. You know what I
Is
mean?
it a Floyd
So,
or a hardtail?
Floyd.
Do you is it a full float or is it a surface mount?
No, it floats, but
Well,
I don't
some of
use
them
the
don't.
whammy bar system. I don't use the bar system anyway on it, so I play
Right.
it just straight. I play standard tuning kind of stuff. I don't, and my
Uh,
son is such a aspiring musician, so that's
I
another
play an
thing we had in common.
I play
Hmm?
at a kindergarten level. Kindergarten
Are
level.
you drinking Coke, bro? Are you drinking Coke? Oh, drinking that go-go juice. I
Yeah,
wasn't gonna
and
be mad
actually,
at you for the Coke. I was just gonna say
here's your
smash it on your head.
conspiracy. Here's your conspiracy, okay? Dun dun
Coke.
dun. You ready?
Yeah.
Notice,
Oh, right.
no, notice that the top of the M, the top of the stripes are not connected. Okay.
They are broken to some extent.
Right. This thing is a 6 in Hebrew.
Right, and also they were talking three spikes that bear, for Christ and stuff, and a bunch of stuff. I heard a lady explain it. It's scary. I was like, oh, I just peed myself a
Was it
little,
the
ma'am.
woman who was like at a motocross deal, like mobbing people? Like, are you familiar with the monster logo? Because that's where I saw it.
Yeah, but she made good sense. I was like, wow, you know.
Hmm.
But
This
anyway.
radio is This is the next size up. This one is a fit goes in a 50 caliber can. I'm just to get people back to radios
Man,
and
I could put that in my Chevy, man, in the dash, and
yep.
be outside talking to people. Hey, what if I'm driving around with my canned ham? Could I be talking to different people?
As long as you had a magnet mount antenna or something on the roof, that because you wouldn't want to have a 16 foot of coax flapping in the wind behind you.
I would.
I mean, maybe you would.
What about
Who was that?
a 8 foot knotted version of that? Just hanging
Country
off the back.
country song from the late 80s, early 90s. There ain't nothing wrong with the radio. Sawyer Brown or
Uh, I remember
somebody.
them, but not that.
Just remember the
I,
line. I got dual antennas whipping in the wind. There ain't a country station that I can't pull in. So anyway, there's
I
my.
I'm just saying, like my granddaddy had this CB in the car, and he had this massive antenna that stuck to the roof of our my grandma's Pontiac, and it was like chink, it would stick on with a magnet, and it was huge. And
Yeah,
and
pull
and
the
I
fillings
would
out of
get
your
on,
teeth.
I would get on at night, and in the evenings I'd sneak out there and I'd harass truckers, man.
So here's my embarrassing radio story. Uh, my uncle, my uncle owned a furniture and appliance store, and we were getting some work done on our house, and they had brought their like a '91 model Chevrolet long bed. They'd come up there and they were supposed to be getting their washer and dryer in that day, but they weren't there. Well, not long
Right,
after they got there, they got their truck at their store and they said, "Hey, the washer and dryer is here." So my uncle said, "Hey, jump
right,
in the truck, run down there and get your uh, mom and daddy's washer and dryer." All right. Well, it had a
man.
radio in it. So I'm doing the same thing, man. I'm breaker 19, much is 20, blah, blah, blah. Dude, it was a
I
freaking
thought
company radio. It was not a CV. It was a
you're
company radio. I pull up there to get our Heron Tippin. Thank you, Hat Creek Homestead. I get there to pick the washer and dryer up, and they're looking at me like, "Who is this asshole?"
what? Because the radio went out over the air.
No, it was
Would
a
you,
company radio. The
I know, but
only thing that they could talk to was each other. So I was
so
just the whole time I'm driving, thinking I'm messing with 18 wheelers and stuff, I'm literally
Nuh-uh.
talking to the appliance store that I'm driving to.
Listen, and they were listening. They were listening to you, bro. They were listening to you. Were acting a
Yeah.
fool. So whatever you
Yeah.
said, people at the store heard it, or anybody
Yeah.
that's linked to that channel or within earshot or has that going through their radio. Like old school, 7 people could hear the conversation, right? Like
I
with the
promise.
Kenwood walkie-talkies.
It don't, the only consolation is that was 27, 28 years ago. I'm a changed man. I
No,
would
but
still,
dude, me too, me too, me too. But
if
I'm
it's
the
not, if
type
it
of
can't
guy
be traced
that I
back to
might
me,
do
you're
it
damn right I will.
tomorrow. No, hey, listen, I used to tell these truckers in the late 70s some crazy stuff, dude. Any cuss word I knew, I did, and I told them weird shit that I would do to them too.
Well, you get to that way you can try out cuss words. You when you're young, you can't just learn a cuss word and just start throwing it out there. You got to practice it in front of people and get them to critique you and everything.
But I'm saying
What
I'd get them old men mad, dude. I'd say stuff like, "Well, if you
Yeah, I
pull
tell you
up and
what, you
you,"
little bastard, I just blah blah blah.
yeah, I would threaten them, tell them to pull their big rig up, and you know,
Hat Creek, who are we
mm,
calling teenagers? They think they're talking bad about us.
man, that's the problem with the chat is they could hate us, and I don't even know. I
Oh, they
might have to
don't.
go rewatch this
They,
just to say, oh, I was a fool. Hey, the next time I'll be more prepared. Like if you do one on a weekend or something, I'd be real
Mhm.
prepared, like sitting back and we'd be locked in, and we
Yeah,
could I could have 7 or 12 things I write down we could talk about, like because
yeah.
we were on a roll and we just kind of started talking just stuff
Talking
that
shop.
nerd stuff. Yeah, yeah,
Let's
just
just
talking
plan
shop.
on
Yeah,
doing that. Let's just plan on doing that Saturday night
Saturday night,
because
this coming Saturday.
yeah, if you want to.
I mean, I watch a lot of shows. Hey, it feels like we didn't finish something.
See, I don't.
Um,
That's the thing. I don't have any idea who does what on Saturdays, and like that's the thing. I don't want to be like
yeah,
trying to poach or whatever. But
yeah,
the
no, and yeah, yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Gray does that deal on Thursday nights. He did late night with Gray tonight. Um,
Sundays, he does a few great man's good. I bounced on two tonight. I was back and forth. I was like, dang, and Amendment One wants me on too. I was like, dude, I was tripping, man, about even coming. I was like, I'm tired. I'm like, dude, and he's sharp. Like, you're one of them people I think could be a leader in our community because you got a sharp mind, bro. You ain't just about radios. Your mind is you got a sharp mind, dude. I
well,
can tell. I can tell.
I was talking to a brother. We had for a little bit. We had a
Yeah.
potential deal in the works where we're going to load up and move to Oklahoma. I talked to some to Bear. Uh,
Right.
just just kind of had even went and looked at some land and some things like that. And
Yeah.
but whether it be divine providence or whatever, everything kind of got put on hold. Right? We're just for whatever reason things just kind of got
All
put on
right.
hold. And I was
Right.
talking to a brother, and I told him I said like I don't fancy myself to be a leader or a hero or anything like that. I could definitely be a cog in that machine. I could
Yeah.
have I could do my part in that in support of that operation, and it is a hell of an operation.
Oh
But
man.
I was kind of had this feeling, whether it be the spirit or just my gut or whatever, that there I might have a greater purpose somewhere else. And I've been really the area that we found a place that we're going to temporarily move to ASAP
Right.
has been heavy on my
Oh,
mind. I've been drawn to it, but I could never put my finger on why. We've looked all over the country, like I was telling you earlier: Kentucky, Indiana, Michigan, Tennessee,
mhm.
Oklahoma, Texas, everywhere.
Those are
And
good
in the
spots. I
back of my
mean,
mind, this other place was still working. We have literally looked all over these 7 or 8 states, couldn't find a place to rent. And I got a text from a lady who's a realtor up there that said, this guy's got a house to rent. It's not going on it's not on the market. It's not anywhere. It's not listed. So I went and talked to him,
right. Just
paid a deposit on it today. Like it got served up, silver platter.
good deal. Good deal.
I
That
got
right
my little
there, I was asking you for
entry
your
level.
proof, and you just showed it to me. I was like, so have you seen anything from this revelation? Because something told you, ah, I'm gonna back off on that thinking for a minute and then zap.
Well, just like the whole thing, the being able to play matchmaker for Arkansas and his neighbor, the brother that's there, the brother that's there in that area that we're moving is he's solid. Like, you know what I'm saying? Solid.
Right.
The other
Right.
two people I already knew there. One of them is retired military, retired law enforcement. He's the one that has our Patriot Relocation Network website. Solid.
Right.
Um,
Solid.
and then just tonight in the chat, we got the Hat Creek Homestead is in the area I'm talking about moving. I've had a couple other people just today, completely unrelated, mention that they live in the general area that we're talking about moving. So,
Right.
so I think
Recognizing
there's some things being put in place for me that that I wasn't expecting.
Lake Ferry.
Tennessee is
There
my
is.
backup.
Um, Yeah, no, yeah, I was worried about the chat. I recognize Jeff Harp. That's like Fairy Prepper, man. She's like one of the queens. She's a den mother, I think, to us preppers. There's certain people that are like our den mothers. She's one of those, like spiritually, like I think that's how I got on. Like Fairy was like it was a spiritual thing she did one morning. I was like, I fell into it, and it was also about anxiety and stuff. And I was like, dang, she's got my attention, and she's a prepper too.
Yeah.
She does the thing. She does it like we don't, none of us show all our preps or all our guns, but we show some of what we do. Like me, I don't want to be one dimensional. I don't want to be like just a live streamer. I want to be a creator, but also I don't want to show just ammo. And that's my most popular videos are my ammo hauls. But like I want
Yeah.
to show lighting fires. I want to show canned goods and water purification. Cover the gambit, your everyday carry. Like I want, I've got ideas. We're all, like my multi-purpose video. It's about things that can do more than one thing for you that you can just put in a bag, you know.
And
So
there's
I
Lake
like to,
Ferry.
yeah, look. Oh, is she in here with us? Oh my God, I'm embarrassed.
Oh, you stop. I've seen you before.
I know, but I feel and I'm just, my
I'm
grandson is fighting me tonight.
I'm just a person just like you. I put my pants on the same way, but thank you. And I'm no queen, but I know I'm Bigfoot's
Well,
princess half the
now
time.
you're our den mother. You're like we need our
Yeah.
ladies to keep us on track in the prepping community. And the ladies do that for us. They create this great balance and strength that we need. Plus, I see you
Lake,
everywhere. She's like Johnny Cash. I've been everywhere, man. I see her in some big live streams
Oh,
everywhere.
I appreciate you. I don't know, Lake, what was going on with the link and stuff as
I
far as
can't see her.
it's hard. It's weird apparently for people to find my channel, but I really appreciate you putting the chat the link out there in 101's chat.
that's
I
okay.
went from
Arkansas called me and asked me if I could do it, and he told me you were going to be going live, and I'm going to be tell you something. We put it up, and your channel was broken. This has happened to people with my channel, and it happened with people with Catskill New York proper when she first started. Something they do, and it looks like your channel's broke until you make another video or until you can go live. People can't find you. So, and it happened live. He showed everyone on his live stream tonight on Prepping 101 what
I
they,
missed it.
yeah, and I'm like, hey, YouTube, put his freaking channel back up because we know he's going live tonight.
yeah.
Prepping 101 now, that's a guy that brings in he brings the pain with his
Yeah.
calm, but
Talk
like
about
he's so
quick.
calm, but yet he brings in the like Lake Ferry, she's one of the all-stars in that group. He brings the thunder every single night. Like thousands watching in the chat, you know.
Yeah. He's
Sometimes it gets me kind of, I've had to back away from it because it gets me tore up. Sometimes Prepping 101 gets serious. It's serious in there.
Well, I
It
mean, we're
does.
going through some pretty serious stuff. Like,
I know.
we have to be careful of what I say, but I wanted to come on here before I go turn in. I'm going to go read and I'm going to go turn in for the night. But I wanted to let you guys know something because I mentioned it finally on 101s tonight. We can't fully mention it because it has to do with someone really close to us.
Mhm.
So when you go and you get the thing, the second, you get something here. on this thingy that can get scanned.
When you go get the second VAX.
Yeah.
Oh.
And he's sorry that this person is sorry that he got it. But I will tell you what, that my husband said, there's no way. I'm still not doing it. He let my husband know.
Well,
If you don't, I mean, he wasn't threatening my husband. Don't get me wrong. I've got hives.
yeah.
Are you anxious right now? Or
I've had hives for like 3 days since I found out. So, money is not everything, okay? Taking a stand and sticking with your beliefs and sticking with God first, because there's going to be possibly, if my husband doesn't have the little thing that you can just wave and just be like, okay, you're good. We're going to lose out on a lot of income. It doesn't mean he'll get fired. He assured him you will not get fired.
Right.
You won't get preferential treatment anymore, basically. You won't get the sweet deal,
what?
maybe.
That sounds like they admitted to him, hey, man, you're not in the cool kids club bullshit no more.
No. They totally, they respect people like us.
Okay.
They get it. They respect us. And these people don't want this. They don't want this. The fact of the matter is that people are going to take it. People are going to cave, because when you have children at home and you're not prepped up and you don't know how to live without that coming in the way it was, people are going to crack. And that is how they're going to get you. I don't mean you or any of you over there, but that's how they're going to do it. And you have to stay strong and you have to keep the faith, because we have proof. I mean, we knew this was going to happen. We knew. Okay. But when
I knew it 18 months ago. 1st of March last year, I was like, this, I can already see. I've watched too many dystopian movies. I can already see where this is going to go. And the thing is, they're telegraphing all their moves. They're going right down through the rules for radicals. They're going right down through the playbook, word for word.
Solinsky.
We're all saying, look, it's already there. World Economic Forum has all this on their YouTube channel. You can go watch the videos that talk about the Great Reset. They talk about all of these things. Bill Gates has videos that detail all of this stuff. They may not say it word for word, but how anybody can be like, oh, I just think it's all for the best. We've all got to do our part, and we've got it. Well, I'll tell you right now, I'll put it out there word for word on the YouTubes. As sure as my head is large and bald. There will be no one in my house who gets poked with anything other than a romantic interlude between me and Mama, unless they come through a curtain of lead to do it.
I'm choosing not to as well, and I think I know how Lake Ferry feels about it. I mean, she can expound on that, but I don't want it. But if it meant, my children, if they came to me,
got both.
What's that?
Huh?
My biological father got both.
Okay, I know people who have too as well. Like I know people who my baby's mother, who I'm not with anymore. She's a nurse. She's had both.
Okay,
Moderna.
Did she get that? Did she get the thing that I talked about on there?
I don't.
My dad never said anything about that. But this one particular person, I don't know. Maybe if you have a lot of money and you own stuff, and maybe they just get it. I don't know.
She's in the nursing field, is why she got two. Like she was at the front of the line with elderly, and then they made sure nursing. She's an RN that travels, so they made sure to jab her twice. And the second time, y'all, I promise y'all, the second time she was sick for a week. She was sick for a week, man. In the bed, sick.
My sister-in-law got her second dose in Georgia last week, and she was sick for a couple of days. It's a totally different. It's not for work or anything. She's in the middle of a kind of a custody deal with her daughter, and her husband is a hypochondriac. and her husband
See?
laid out there. If you want to be around her, then it's bad.
See, I would
Yeah.
do it for my child if she said you got to get vaccinated and she made the courts do it. I'd say
Careful what
yes,
you
jab
say.
me to see
You
my
know what?
son. I'd say jab me.
They're going to use every avenue. Think about the enemy.
I think so, too.
If they can't get to
I-
you, they're going to use anyone close to
I
you to
know.
make you do what they want.
I know. I thought about that tonight. That question was asked, like, of would you do it? And people were scared to say yes. And I was like, if it was for my children, yes, no other reason. And then that would take an act of freaking Congress and a sheriff here sticking a needle in my damn arm
Well,
for me to do it.
if you're in an airplane and it's about to crash, and only your one child is just sitting next to you, and an oxygen mask comes on, what do?
You gave it to your kid.
No,
You give it to your.
I failed that question. You give it to yourself first, because without yourself, how are you going to take care of your child? I failed that when I was 17 years old. When I
Yeah.
was 17 years old, I will never fail a question like that again, because I'm like, holy shit. I had my youngest at 17. Or I'm sorry, my oldest.
I
at
was
17.
19. I was 19 with
If
my
you had
oldest.
your youngest at 17, you got started early.
Yeah.
She did a couple years before I did, Lake. You sure did.
No, I had my youngest at age 30.
Oh,
Are you
30.
familiar with Tim Kennedy, the MMA fighter that's kind of become a little bit of a personality, like on the talk show circuit?
I've heard
He
him.
got busted.
Probably have.
He was ex-military, like Ranger or Special Forces, and he got bagged on pretty hard a couple of years ago because he went on a talk show and basically decried the Second Amendment as not being that big a deal and all this. So a lot of the gun panels hate on him. But he said something one time that stuck with me. He was talking about if they sent people to come take guns. I will apply the same rule to vaccines. They can send anybody they want to my house to vaccinate my family, so long as they don't need them back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we all feel differently about this, and we've had brothers and sisters who are getting vaccinated who we have to support. So
Yeah.
I'm in the middle. I'm thinking it's like to the individual, but for me, it would be a sheriff showing up here and say, you ain't gonna get to see your son unless we jab your ass right now. I that's the only way I'm going, because I don't want to be without my kids.
Right cheek, or
Shit, it'd be easier, it's I don't know. But I mean, for me, it's no comply. I've been like, no comply, no comply. But then Prepper Tribe, a friend of mine, came out on a video and he lost some subs, and we supported him. A lot of good people and a lot of people didn't support him. But it was his doctor said, you need to get this, dude. So he felt the need to get it. He had chronic asthma and problems breathing since he was a kid. So he felt the need to get it, and we supported him.
Someone's asking in the chat, so I don't mean to be rude.
Get them, Lake Fairy. You're so good at the tech side of all this. Like
No. I'm gonna show her something so I don't have to say it. You know what I mean?
Okay,
Yeah.
do it. Hey,
I'll
she
hide
could
my
help
eye.
you. Amendment. She could help you a lot with any tech questions. Not to put you on the spotlight, but she could help you with the whole live stream thing. She could tell you. Believe me, I've seen her help a dozen people.
Firefly.
I remember I was there the night she was trying to explain to Arkansas how to make somebody a mod. So that was a key.
It was excruciating, because I was like, God, I wish she was next door to him. She could just walk over there and.
Like, but we've been through this. So then, like, he learned how, and then he forgot how. I love him, though. He's my buddy.
We do too.
Yeah.
I was the 141st sub.
Others. I always call him my bestie.
1 second.
We were talking about his rise of how, and it's not changed him. Like, he was reading the Bible today. I was like, boy, you know how to get up under my skin. I was like, man, every now and then I'll be mad at you because you troll people, but then I'm like, you do Psalms. And then I'm like, I love you again. I'm like, he's good people. I would let him. I don't know him, but I'd say about an hour with him, I could probably tell that I could leave my grandson with him, and my grandson's going to be fine. If I was to go to the store and leave Arkansas's house, he'd have him doing something, riding a four-wheeler or some crazy shit, but he would take care of my grandson. And I feel that way about him.
I hope your grandson's not allergic to pickles.
No, my grandson loves pickles, so him and pickles would be right. They would party together. They would
Thick as
party, him and
thieves.
his son. They would party. And what I mean by party is run around and drive you insane. Lake, don't you have grandchildren? I didn't mean to say it, but I'm a
Mhm.
grandfather, and it's not.
Yeah.
I'm struggling with it, girl.
Yeah.
I'm struggling,
He'll
struggling.
be, he's gonna be 5 this month.
Mine is going to be 6 in a week or two, so they both have the same sign. Our grandchildren are in the
That's
same sign. April 21st. I have to look on my big
his is
screen.
April
Like,
29th. Isn't he adorable?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
He's a
So
real
April 21st is mine's birthday. April 21st,
uh,
and he'll be 6. So
yeah.
yours will be 5. Man, God.
Yeah,
See,
definitely will be 5. Yep.
they're both little Aries too, aren't they?
He calls me Mama. My husband's Papa
I'm
and Mama. Yeah.
I'm G Daddy. I said that from before he was born. I will not be Pampa or Mam. G. I was going to want to be G Daddy. That's what I
No,
wanted to be.
he just started calling me Mama. I had him a lot though when he was first born. I
Right.
had him a lot, like a lot.
Right.
My daughter gets mad at me now because I hardly ever take him like overnight or anything, and I'm like, I'm busy. Like, and plus too, like he's hers. Like he's mine when I want him. I love him, but I still have a 14-year-old at home who's very time consuming some days.
Oh.
I love
Oh.
hanging out with her. Don't get me wrong, but she's homeschooled, and I started honestly doing YouTube because it's like I was one of those people in the chat who's like, oh my God, this, that, the other thing. And sometimes they wouldn't see my comment. And I'm like, you know what? I sure do have a lot to type. I'm just going to make a YouTube channel. My husband's like, seriously? You can't even like stand up in front of our family and have a speech. And I'm like, I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I'm going to do it.
Huh. You
Yeah.
did it too. You
I
did it.
actually do not have a heck of a lot of confidence, but I am building what I lost back through
I've
YouTube.
noticed that you have become stronger. Like, cause I've seen you with 1,000 people in chat, and you ain't taking no more.
I
I've
read
noticed that.
someone
Like for a while, you ain't been taking no mess from no one.
I read someone's email to
I
thousands
saw
of
that.
people tonight.
I saw
What?
that.
Oh,
That's pretty good.
she do. I watch her. Sometimes I'll put her on the TV in the mornings or whenever she does one, and then I'm
Um,
yeah, I see you most days. And then if I'm in a stream, you pop up all the time, so I always see you. What did she? What
Well, I
she?
grew up. I grew up in
Are
Southern
you
Baptist Church.
laughing like?
no, I'm yawning. I was
Oh, I
just
thought you were crying. I was like, is she crying?
no,
What just
I was
happened?
I was yawning. I'm sorry.
I
It's
grew up
okay.
in a Southern Baptist church, and I grew up in choir. I went to college on a choir scholarship. Sang first
Nice.
tenor. Sang in church all the time, and as long as there's background music playing, I can sing in front of 10 people or 1,000 people. Doesn't matter. But I always sucked and hated public speaking. Like I took a
I get it.
creative
get it.
writing class as a easy A in my senior year, but we had to get up and read some of the stuff we wrote. It was brutal. And
Brutal.
the first night I got on that live with you guys, Tennessee, I posted the link to it in our Discord server, and one of the guys said, "Man, I don't know how you could just get up there and talk." And he said, "I guess I'm just socially awkward or whatever." But it's like I was telling him the first night, my first live I did the other night, which I think Lake popped in on that one too. The first one I did. The way I'm not even thinking right now about this being on YouTube. Like, and that's
It
what
is. It's up there, and people are
gravitates me.
watching us.
Well, that's what gravitates me towards the lives, I think, is because right now, like, I'm talking to my two friends that we're separated by a few miles here and there, but like to me, we're like having a Skype call and we're just hanging out.
Yeah.
I'm afraid I would fall into a paralysis by analysis if I start trying to do recorded comments because I'll listen to myself and, man, I sound like an idiot. I don't
It's
like the way my voice sounds. Right now, I
it's
can't hear my
hard to
own voice.
create. Yeah, yeah.
That's
Lake
what I
is a
respect
creator
so much
and a
about
live
Austin.
streamer. Like I'm new
I
to live
wasn't.
streaming,
I'm
but
not.
she's
I just gained
well.
the
You do
confidence.
create though. You do create. You're a creator too, though. You
Um,
create videos.
my first time, like my first couple of weeks, I would like go, ugh. I felt like a little 14-year-old, like my youngest back there. I was like, ugh, because I would like discombobulate words or something, and I would have to start over. And now I don't even watch most of my videos back. Thank God I watched mine back today. I don't know what like made me do it, but thank God I did, because I couldn't upload that. I was gardening and I was showing people how to do the potatoes in the hills, and everything was fine until about 3/4 of the video through, and all that bending over and this and that. In my tank top, I had more things I have showing than I wanted, so I couldn't upload that. I mean, it wasn't it to me. I showed my husband, and he's like, "Yeah, we're gonna have to edit that out." And I'm like, "I'm not even gonna upload it." It was enough. Like, it was too much. It was too much. It wasn't
That
like
might have
just
sent
a little bit.
that might have sent your popularity soaring, and just retitle it like
Yeah.
semi-nude potato gardening.
That's what my
Yeah.
husband said. He goes, "Well, you probably would have got a lot of views and likes."
She'd have got 12K probably, right? But you could have spliced it, like you could have kind of just like went cut there and then spliced if you had to, you know.
It was right in the middle of what I was
Ah, yeah.
about the watering and how you're not going to
Mhm.
water. I didn't want people rotting their freaking potatoes.
Right, right.
Yeah.
As a creator, it's hard. You'll make mistakes, and like he said, I'm doing the videos, and then I go, listen to what I said right there. That's not really, and then I'll go have to redo it. And then you do analyze yourself a lot as a creator more than like Blake said. Her confidence, and I've seen it. It goes through the roof as you live stream. You're like, bleh. She's like on with us, and then burning on people in the panel, like going, "Hey, shut your mouth." Like, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, she'll stop trolls from that position where she's at there.
I'll be
That's hard
honest
to do.
with you. I've gone off lives and I've cried at night. I have a sensitive heart. But
I know.
lately, I'm like, you know what? Shut the fuck up. Yeah. So I probably didn't hear that, but I basically said the F word.
Yeah, I heard it.
To
I
shut the
cuss a little.
Yeah, I try not to. And I actually said that like 2 or 3 nights, I think it was 2 or 3 nights ago. And so now we've made up something. You know what? I don't give a fairy flitter. Or
That's good.
a fairy flitter fart or any of it. People had
Flick
going.
a fairy. I
Yeah.
don't know. Whatever.
I don't
Hey, yeah, I've
think
never heard you cuss, but you probably, and she probably was in the reason, you know, because she gets provoked, and she's not gonna let that go, and I'm glad. I
No,
mean, people try
swear.
to be keyboard warriors from the chat. They do that, but and I'm like, get on the live stream and talk that shit. Like, I've told people in live stream, like, go in there and like butt heads with these people. Like, let's see what you got, tough guy. You almost do. You go in there and talk with Lake and Prepping 101 and see who you are, tough guy. Go in there, show your face.
Just go make
You
a
know.
channel and then I'll come over and check out your channel.
Well, show your face. Get on that StreamYard link and
I
give me
wouldn't
a back. You know.
do that to people though. If they were saying something I didn't care for,
Right.
and move on. Or
Yeah.
if you don't like my channel,
Right.
don't watch it. Just click off from it and leave.
I was in the restaurant industry for a long time, and it always blew my mind that people would come and order food that they've never ordered before. Like, let's say I've got
shoppers,
some kind of caprese pasta. You've never had it. You don't know if you're going to like it, right? Now, if that's me, I go somewhere and I order something and I don't care for it. All right, I don't order that again. You know, that's it. I'm not going to complain about it. It's a gamble, right? So then, but we always had these customers, but you could tell them when they walk in the door, they're pissed off when they got there because they didn't want to come eat there or whatever, that will order something they've never had. They don't like it. And then they just like get on TripAdvisor and just bag on you or complain to the kitchen. Like, it's there are no adulthood. There's no adults anymore. Like, people can't function as adults in this, which why would they? Especially people that are younger than us. Why would they? Why should anybody have any kind of accountability? You know, when you're talking about the creating content versus live streaming, I think I will have to adopt a Pastor Joe Fox where I do not edit anything. I know my brain, if I get into a loop of, okay, I'm going to make this perfect, I'll never post anything. Not because I'm a perfectionist. If you can see the wall of shit behind me, I'm not a perfectionist. But
Yeah, you're busy.
I don't have the time. If I sit down and I like Gray talks about it in detail one night, like he makes it for a 30-minute video, it takes him 8 hours to get it done.
I wouldn't do it.
I don't have 8 hours.
I don't
I don't
I
have 8
don't I
hours.
don't edit my videos. I talk about doing it. I never do it. And when my husband tries to tell me, and you can ask Bigfoot, you can ask him when he tells me, okay, well, I'm going to give you this, and then I want you to put it on your phone so you can edit your videos, or you can send me your videos and I'll edit them. I'm like, I don't want that. I don't want an introduction. I don't want to do that. If I wanted to take the time to do that, I would, but I don't have the time, and nor do I want to. I just want to be me. I just want to just do. I don't want anything fancy and weird. Like, I love Northern Girl Hobbies videos. They're so
She's
awesome.
one of my favorites too.
And I love the way she edits and adds the music. And there's a lot of people in our community have, like Arkansas Living. He's got an awesome intro now. And I think that's great. But that's like a short little thing. And it's like cool. It fits, you know? But I don't.
The only thing I'll do is I'll build a I'll take the Shield logo from my website and set it up where it's in a black backdrop over my left shoulder or something like that.
Yeah.
If I'm doing a sitting and talking thing.
Like
I was telling them the other night on my first live stream, I was messing with Patriot with Billy, which I don't remember what his new screen channel name is.
Backwoods Rain. Everybody's giving him crap, but I was like, dude, it just threw me for a loop. I was like, I like the name. They were busting his balls, but in fun tonight.
Yeah.
But I was like, I like the name.
Them, I can talk to y'all. I could literally, like, we could be here till 6:30 in the morning and we won't run out of things to talk about because all of our brains are kind of, I think my grandmother called it, rest her soul now, a sifting. Right. So but in the tribulation and things like that, there'd be a sifting. And I don't mean where the cream rises to the top. But I think that, like, I started looking at prepper channels as from a therapy thing because I thought I was the weird guy. Like, nobody I knew, especially in South Arkansas, it's like the most complacent. As long as I got enough money to pay my light bill, man, and I can get my 30-pack on Friday, I'm set. But yeah, that's fine. Whatever. That's not for me.
Not me either.
Used to be. I spent money I didn't have on booze all the time. If I had every penny I spent in a bar back, I would be broadcasting from like a bunker,
the top of the mountain. Yeah,
I'm on the top of a mountain anyway, but or on the side of the top.
But build like a needle, like something out of the Avengers movies on top of your mountain.
I do think though, like I built did all the electrical and electronics and Navy boats for a government contractor. I built furniture in a factory situation. I've got years of food experience. I put a breathalyzer in a Lamborghini Murcielago and a $1,500 Chinese scooter on the same day.
A breathalyzer in a Lamborghini?
Yeah.
Did you just say?
On a scooter.
And
well,
scooter.
she all right. See, like she's tripping on the scooter, and I'm tripping on the Lambo. And you know what? Both are very intriguing. Like you're saying,
the
to drive it.
The Lamborghini was Alice Walton's son. Keyword Walton.
Sam Walton. Sorry,
He had a Lambo. He got a DWI. He couldn't drive his Lambo, so I put one in there. The other guy got smart with the judge, and he said, "That's fine, Judge. I'll just buy a 50cc scooter. You don't have to have a driver's license to ride one of those." Ha ha ha. So the judge added a footnote that said, anything with a gasoline engine on it has to have a breathalyzer on it. So this guy had to bring me his little scooter, but on the same day. So like I don't know. One of the things I appreciated the most about Prepperty the other night was and I poked at Danny about it, was it showed us where we suck. Right. So like, if I nail some categories and the other ones I'm like, edible plants, I got some in the ground I'm growing out there. They're edible as hell. But I don't know wild edibles. My little brother does.
They're good.
Yeah, my little brother's all about
that. Wild edibles. I want to learn them in my area.
I can go out there on the front lawn here soon. Well, not soon, but before we know it. And I can
Right.
take those little clovers, and they taste just like green beans. Put them in a salad, dandelions,
The
all kinds.
clovers.
Yeah,
Yeah,
clovers.
we've got dandelions going crazy on our place right now.
No,
Me too. Me too. And you can use those too. I was thinking about doing a video, but I don't know what I'm doing, so I'd have to do some research first.
hi, Shadow Dancer. Glad you could make it.
Hold me closer, shadow dancer.
I love,
Sorry, I made it weird.
I love
made it
Shadow.
Oh, that's no. What's funny would be if you followed it with the original next line, because her name is Shadow Dancer, and the next line is something the headlights on the highway, but she's dancing in
Uh,
shadows.
I sing the same thing to my cat. He's a Siamese, so I'd say, "Hold me closer, tiny panther," and then I go, "Sees the headlights on the driveway," and I sing it to him, and he don't mind.
That's funny. I agree
I
with
love him though. He's a rescue. I love my Siamese. He's like a dog, man, like a dog and a Siamese mixed. Yeah, like real personable, but like he's a Siamese too. Like he goes crazy at times, and he's real lanky and real athletic. And he moans weird at weird times at the door. Like it sounds like
I'm not a big cat person. Like I would like him at your house or his house.
yeah, he'd love you too. He's very personable.
I'm allergic.
Hey, we can take a vote. We
I
can take a
don't like
vote.
him in the house. I don't
We were
like
just talking about
15 minutes,
Billy. We were just talking about Mr. Backwoods Rain. We want to vote him onto the island here.
Yeah.
Oh, Patriot Backwood Percenter.
We have a 28-pound cat. Hey there, good looking.
Dang.
What's up?
What you doing?
Oh my goodness, the legend.
Just
Y'all
trying
know
to see that
Patriot Backwoods 3%er rain.
I don't. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I didn't like the rain thing, man. It just felt weak.
What?
Say
I
it.
thought it sounded like Native American.
I liked it. It just confused me at the beginning of the day because I was like, "What? Did I lose Patriot in the middle of the night?" It made me mad. I was like,
I like seriously. I just felt like it. It just when I said it, 2 or 3, it just felt weak, man. I don't know. It just
man,
it's hard to go from Patriot 3%er to Backwoods Rain, man. It just
it's kind of a diametric.
yeah, it didn't feel right. It didn't sound right. Me saying it, I didn't like it. I didn't.
I think the
All right,
backwoods prepping. If are you trying on backwoods prepping for size now? Is that what you're thinking? I like the sound of that with the content that you put out, and honestly, just like the damn tomato conversation we got into the other night.
Right.
You've got a lot of information to in that prepping kind of area that
and them tight ass chicken coops he has. Like I've
Smart.
seen other people's, but I was like, man, you know what? Patriots, his shit's kind of tight. It's kind of tight the way, it was tight. I was like, that's, he did the lava rocks too, and then covered it up and put the pending around it. The chickens look happy there at his house. They look happy. Like his rooster looked like, what are you looking at, chump? When it looked into the camera.
Rudy too?
Yeah.
Rudy too.
It's Rudy Poot.
I said it afterwards. I like to call him Rudy too, but I know it's Pooh.
Rudy Poot, right?
Yeah, he's hell. Today I was out there, and when I was finishing up, I finally got the chicken pen finished today because it stormed yesterday, kept raining, and
Yeah, did you get it as bad over there? It was hot and heavy over on my side of the hill for about 20 minutes. I mean, it rained, but it only got windy and shitty for about 20 minutes.
Yeah, it did here, but it just kept raining off and on. It was like I'd hear it, I'd listen, I'd be like, well, it quit raining. I'd come outside and start to mess around, and then bang, it just kind of rained again. I was like, shit, and you look at the radar, and it was just little bitty stuff, just here and there, and I was like, man, screw it. I'm just gonna go in and watch TV, man. Every time I try to break out tools and stuff, it rains again. So, and yeah, it was. But I finally got that finished today. But anyway, when I was out there, damn Rudy Poop man comes over there in my rooster, and I was kind of like doing something, and I leaned my arm against the cage, and that sucker said, "Bam, boy!" He poked, he pecked me hard on the arm.
Ouch.
Oh,
I slapped it. I
It
slapped
hurt.
the cage and slapped him into his beak, and he backed up, and I was like, I'm about to come in that cage. Well, I'm telling you.
boy. Yeah, I didn't know. He's aggressive a little bit, or is that the first time he's ever done that, Patriot? Of pecking you like that?
Well, a couple of days ago, that's when I mean, he tried to, like he straight up throwed them spurs up in the air and come at me with them wings, and I kicked him, and he done a flip, and when he hit the ground, he jumped up, and he really like bowed up and come at me again, and I just took that because I got them old Timberland Pro pull up, the slip on boots with the steel toes. I stepped on his head and took the other one and kicked him in the hind end real hard, and then let him up. He wobbled around there for a minute, and he went to the back of the cage, and he didn't mess with me no more. But he pecked at me today.
He's got some issues with you lately. Like you're saying, there's a trend there. You and him have been at it. Like he bowed up on you twice, and you checked his ass, right? And I'll be damned if he didn't peck you today. Like getting back at you, like I remember you, from the other day.
Well, roosters are just that way. You have to just accept that because he's been breeding.
Oh.
Well, and if you got a rooster that doesn't fuck with you a little bit, he's not a very good rooster. I mean, that rooster's job is protecting those hens.
Exactly.
So my little brother had one that at all times he lets his run free and on his place during the day, and he puts them up at night. You had to be aware where that damn rooster was. Like somebody had to have an eye on that rooster, like, or he'd get you.
Oh yeah,
they're bastards sometimes.
Too far.
What was that like?
I just wanted to catch the chat before it went too far away, but Jeff Harp and Arkansas Prepping Network. I like them both, but I really like the way it was. But then I liked Backwards Rain as well, and I like this too. But I really like.
They're talking about they like your new name, Billy.
Patriots.
Okay, I just saw it, Patriot.
Patriot Backwoods Prepping or Patriots Backyard.
For some reason, I'm getting a weird,
Be really, really cool.
My my live is running. My phone's running weird to seeing y'all on TV. Hey, Backwoods Prepping's cool. And you're still free and grown and American to change it if you want to again, and let it. People are going to still follow you. It's the same. People are going to go,
I wasn't always this.
I was just trying to.
Did you know that?
What was your name originally, Lake Ferry?
It was too dang long.
Mine still is. It can be.
First of all, it had my first name in it. Second, it had my where I live. And then it had, so there was some people that are like, hey, people still call me Heather. It's not a big deal. But people who call me Heather have known me since my YouTube channel had that all in it.
Yeah. Right.
But I wasn't just like Fairy Prepper before. I had more to the beginning of that.
Well, no, but anyway, I just wanted to.
I'm gonna butt in for a half second. There are currently 21 viewers. I will ask the chat. So we got this one chip challenge. We got this whatever TikTok dance challenge or whatever. We got to come up with something for us to do a 2-minute video on our Discord server. We have a little deal. It's like we do a weekly contest where we'll do like a fire video, entry level. I've never lit a fire in the woods, and then we'll kind of judge amongst all the members in our Discord server who did it or whatever, who did the best one. We need to come up with a common theme. I know kind of Tennessee now that I've watched some of your videos and I tracked you down with your dashes and dots and crap in your name. I know what your videos look like. I've watched some of Lake Ferry's now, and I've watched some of Billy's. So like, we got to come up with something we can just like vote or let the chat do a little thing where we can be like, do a video about not in anybody's particular area of expertise. So like, I don't want Lake Ferry to do starting plants on top of a saltwater aquarium, and I don't necessarily want Tennessee to do one about burning ammo.
Everybody on this panel can start a damn fire too. I'll guarantee you that. I know Lake Ferry can use a ferrocerium rod. And
what if we do one? What if we do one on catching a big fish, a big bass?
Oh shit!
I already did. Everyone knows I've already done that too.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, it doesn't have to be bushcrafty or anything, but it'd be fun to just be able to come back in a couple weeks and post them all together, you know. And
we've done it in the community. We've done lots of things.
The one, y'all remember the one-handed ferro rod challenge thing, like Northern Girl did? She did it with her boots. Like, one hand is injured and you got one hand to strike, so you have to use your feet. Or say, I was thinking about my armpit in here with my ferro rod.
I can Kegel 75 pounds.
You can what?
Yeah, I thought I made it weird earlier, but no, you just made it weird.
I can Kegel 75 pounds. Don't get me started with a ferro rod. I think 75 pounds is good.
Dude, you would be the guy that could Kegel a smart. That's crazy.
I don't even know what the hell that means.
The muscle that stops you from, like, let's say you're peeing midstream or something, or you have to go pee. There's that. Oh, you were kidding.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Oh no, you weren't? Okay, so a Kegel is when you have to go pee really, really bad, and you you kind of do it so you don't pee yourself. Or if you are peeing and you have to pinch it off, you use that muscle. So what you do is you work that muscle. That's a good idea to keep that muscle healthy.
Well, shit,
it's actually a figure eight.
Do this.
Well,
yeah,
shit,
you don't have to make it weird. I mean, it's a normal.
One beat all the hell. I can probably do at least 200 pounds that way.
Dang.
Right.
He said I'll up the ante to 200. I'm all in. I'm like, I ain't got that. I ain't ready to go 225 to up him. He said I can do 225.
I gotta dig my kettlebells out and do some.
Damn, this got weird.
How many pounds you can Kegel?
It's a joke. I got that from a Daniel Tosh stand-up special.
Okay.
I didn't make it up.
It's just a normal, healthy thing to do, man or woman. You should definitely do your Kegels.
So you don't think we should make a video on that?
You can do them, and no one knows that you're doing them.
Yeah, she's right. Like, you could have a blanket over your legs and be doing it. You know what I mean? I guess.
You don't even need anything over anything. You don't have to show anything.
Right.
Well,
but you're
okay, Lake Ferry. All right, I've got to interject. It's my turn to educate Lake Ferry.
I don't know much about
indoor plumbing. If you're a lady and you have indoor plumbing, there's nothing external that moves when you do that. If you have outdoor plumbing and you do a Kegel, you get kind of a because we have things attached to that muscle that you do not have.
Stuff moving.
Man, y'all really don't want to bring this up with me on the panel because I could so
go. No, that's probably not. Well, anyway, so back to real things then. Just something like that. And I'll talk to Arkansas about it. I got to call him tomorrow anyway, and we'll talk to some. Like, I did think it was interesting. I don't know how many of y'all follow Bear Independent. He's had an ongoing hate fest between him and Canadian Prepper since there ever was a Bear Independent.
They're really mad.
He shouted out. He did a tourniquet challenge video the other day.
I saw
like a go, and to Wrangler Star, Canadian Prepper, and I don't remember who the third person was.
It was Such. Sensible.
And I don't think anybody has done that yet. He has tried multiple times to have a conversation with Canadian Prepper because Canadian Prepper trolls him in his comments, but he won't answer his emails.
What if we frog? Somebody said frog gigging video. What if we frog gig with the Kegel?
Frog gigging.
Damn.
Frog giggling.
See, I learned.
I do my
I'm
best
almost-
frog
I
gigging.
told y'all didn't want to go there.
I'm almost 45 years old, and I didn't know that about the men giggling thing. I did not know that. And now that makes sense, come to think of
Yeah.
it. Yeah, I
We
am.
got like a mailbox. We got like a mailbox flag that's attached to that.
Yeah, and I was today years old before I ever had a conversation with three, people on the internet about it.
Well, I mean, normal. It's just normal stuff.
I was like, Lake's gonna bust my balls right now because I don't know Kegeling. I'm like, dang, I'm not an expert Kegeler,
I come in here. What? See, Arkansas Prepper. See,
what's happening?
I come in here. It's got to be all.
Billy didn't make it weird.
It's got to get all
It
weird.
was weird before he got here.
Oh,
We were sliding off into weird before Billy got here.
Yeah, and I'm sorry for that. I mean,
noodling, redneck prepper noodling is when you get too drunk.
No, I'm not noodling without freaking. I don't know. I don't want to get rolling.
I've seen some old boys do that now. It's serious. Noodling is a serious thing. I've seen girls do it.
I've
Badass
seen
country girls do it.
Pretty cute little tiny girls stick their
Me too.
fingers in there, and I'm
Me
like,
too.
Combat just shredded and bloody.
You're talking about the noodling for fish. Oh, I got
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Patriot, what were you talking about? Keep noodling now. I can see it. Yep.
I could give a description. I could find a. Never mind.
Man, Amendment 1, you know what you did? You brought in kind of two really veteran live streamers in here, and it just I think they saved our ass is what they did.
Hey,
like we were veering off course.
I have several hours under my belt of controlling the conversation at a bar, so I can be there too.
This has been good though, and I hope you do these. And dude, we were talking about your videos. What you do is very interesting. I'd say you would time lapse, but like you would have a certain things laid out where you can go, I can put this board in, I can put these screws in, and then stop the camera. Then I can do this process, do 3 minutes of each process until it's done. It might take you 2 or 3 days to do it, but you have filmed like 2 minutes of each process hands-on. I mean, I'm just saying you could do it.
What I'll start doing, honestly, is when I get my new camera in, I'm gonna do it all overhead. You won't even see my face. I'm just gonna be building it live, and then you could talk and we can talk. I do want to get back together this weekend. Like I said, you work up your. I'll email you. We'll toss around some 20 questions ideas, just like
Hey, you
like,
can
for
text
example,
me on it. And Patriot, I mean, I don't know. Like, I follow a lot of cool people, but I would love to be on the live stream again with you. If we can invite some people in, and we'll do some topics. I'm up for it.
I've been trying to think of when I could do a live stream and start doing live streams, and I thought about the Sunday afternoon right after Hutch does his, but then I've been thinking about seriously 3:30, 3 o'clock in the afternoon for those who are starting to get off work.
Would that be 4 o'clock for us?
Yeah,
Central for me, right? Right, Patriot. I'm with you in Central, right?
Yeah.
All right.
You know what I'm saying, and just kind of doing you're getting off work. Maybe you had a bad day and you just need to talk and come on the panel. Let's talk about your bad day and get it out so that when you get home, you know what, you've gotten it out and you're good for your family. You know what I mean? Maybe you want to talk about maybe your car's running like crap, and maybe we can try to figure out what's wrong with your car.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe
me and Tennessee started talking about this, and then we got into comic books. I know what your opinion is on the Joe Biden's executive orders today, but what is your analysis of them? I think all he really did was pass the buck on to the DOJ. He didn't say, I'm going to ban this. He said, I'm going to ask the Department of Justice to look into this. And everybody's running around with their hair on fire, but I noticed 80% lowers. The company I buy 80% lowers from, I can buy them for $65 all day, every day. And today they're $150.
Well,
Whoa.
see, the
Don't
thing
even get me started
the,
on the subject because I'm freaking
Well,
pissed.
it's today's issue, I guess.
Yeah.
It is.
well,
Ugh.
all right. So the thing about it is that first off, everybody needs to understand that actually an executive order is not law.
No, it's a piece of
No.
shit.
It is only originally meant for when there's wartime, and it's like a 30-day. I think it's around a 30-day order to give Congress time to meet and constitutionally do what they need to. And so the executive order that Trump signed about the bump stock ban, actually
Mhm.
after 30 days, that executive order was null and void. It was no good. And
Right.
the reason I can prove this is that, see, Trump wrote the bump stock ban. Let's say we would have gotten a different kind of president in there that said, you know what? I don't like this bump stock ban by executive order, so I'm gonna write an executive order to do away with that.
Hmm.
So
Yeah.
it's no longer a bump stock ban. See, that all that is when you get a president in there that starts, and it seems to be, and Trump was the same way. It seems to be each president we get starts writing more and more executive orders. That is going back to the old king tyrannical way of doing things,
Yeah.
because you're bypassing Congress, which is exactly the way this system was set up. Was the House of Representatives write a bill, it goes to the Senate, and the Senate looks at it, supposed to look at it constitutionally, all that, and decide on if it's constitutional or not. And then they say, okay, it's constitutional, it's right, we're going to sign off on it. Then it goes to the president, it gets signed off on, then it's law.
Right.
Law. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
But you can't see when we have
So,
a government
so,
that's corrupt.
right.
mm, yep. Yep.
That's the way I thought about that today. I'm like, you know what? I'm not even gonna get. I'm getting too heated over this. Like, I'm not even gonna get mad.
It,
When
yeah.
I do, they'll. You know what I mean?
For me, it was just an ugly display and like a bunch of reaching. Like, I think, Patriot, are you telling
Well,
us it's a bunch of bluster really not to worry about, right? And like,
right.
to it's just a
No,
bunch of
no,
bluster.
no,
Okay, so I go to
that's
you
not
and
right.
I buy a gun. Okay,
Wait.
and so you do a background check on me, and let's say I fail. Okay,
Yeah.
so then you call Billy and you say,
Mhm.
hey, this girl's in my shop. She just didn't pass her background check. He's gonna be like, all right, what the frick do you want me to do about it? Like, seriously, you think
Right.
The only,
anybody's actually
listen,
No,
listen.
I'm
The only way that upholds any weight whatsoever is
right.
if you are a felon and you try to buy a gun. Now,
okay?
here's the
Absolutely.
thing: that's already illegal,
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
already
Right.
against the law. So
Yeah.
that's
Right.
the only way that if you have a restraining order on you,
Right.
see, it's the same thing, but see, if you have a restraining order against you, there's still nothing that the law can do.
No.
You see what I'm saying? Because you haven't actually bought a gun. You went in and tried, and they said no. So
Right.
there
Yeah.
actually is
There's no such thing as intent if there's no crime. So like what they're saying is you intended to, but if you didn't actually successfully commit the crime, then there's no such thing as intent. And you were talking about the executive orders. One thing that pisses me off about all the EOs he signed like
Actions.
that first week. Well, the first week when he signed like 40 something in the first week. Now,
Yeah.
Trump signed a lot that canceled out Obama policies. but
Yeah.
he did it
And
because they were bad policies, right?
Right.
Not because
Right.
he didn't like Obama. Now, he didn't care for the guy. Whereas the stuff Joe Biden basically just flat out said, anything that Donald Trump did, whether it was good for the country or not, we're undoing it because he's the worst thing since Hitler or
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah, but see,
But-
he's happened to go back and he's even the border wall. He's happened to start that back up because
Yep.
he's there. I mean, it's proven. It's a proven fact that the border wall actually works, and we didn't have the problems on the border when Trump was in there. You know,
90
you
years ago.
you think about something for a minute. In 90 days, we've had border crisis because they stopped all the border stuff. During the whole Trump presidency, we how many times did we go to war?
None.
None.
No new
No.
conflict.
Now look at what's going on. We're seriously like what's going on right now is a serious freaking threat. I wouldn't be surprised. As bad as I hate to say this, I wouldn't be surprised if one day here within the next week or two that we wake up with people invading our fucking soul. Excuse my language. Invading our soul. I would
think-
not be.
I think that would be a I think we got to watch Ukraine and the Crimean area right now. What the
All
problem
that.
is, Joe Biden he's a one Jello pudding cup away from senile.
No, what
He's
we need to be
weak.
watching is our Canadian border a
Yeah.
little bit closer. We don't
Yeah.
need so much
Southern
watching that far away.
Canadian.
Our Canadian border.
He's right. Patriot said something I wanted to kind of go back to, and this is true. It's still
Yep.
where we are. Is that during Trump? I mean, we actually made a lot of people chill out too. Remember North Korea? They chilled out, didn't they? They chilled their asses out. China wasn't doing all this business. I mean, we look weak right now.
Yeah.
I'd say our leader is making us look weak.
Well, 'cause he
The
is
supposed leader, he's weak, man.
Anybody that believes that anything that comes out of his mouth is his idea is retarded. He's
Even
not
the
writing
Yes.
any of
Yeah,
this.
but he just seems weak. I mean, we look weak. We like China's like, okay, with Biden, we're going to just do our Filipino and we're going to keep the blockades going. Man, China, they're trying to grab the world while we're trying to find each other.
Just
Billy,
to-
what were you saying?
Just to keep it safe on your channel. Okay. I'm gonna put it like this. They knew what was going to happen
Mhm.
before it happened with
Yeah.
with Biden being president. I'll
Yeah.
just leave it like that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Remember when they were talking about the 25th Amendment?
Yep. They started talking about
They're gonna do it. Yeah, they're gonna do it to Trump. They're gonna do it to Trump. It wasn't never about Trump.
Nope.
Because they knew what they were going to do.
Because now because they threw that around with Trump, they can say, "Oh, this isn't political. We were talking about this when Trump was still in office." That was gaslighting, the predictive programming.
Y'all just hit it, man. And 25th on Joe. I've been thinking that, like, man, when Patriot said that, I was like, holy shit.
It
Maybe
was
I
an
was right.
embarrassment to our
Okay.
country the day they let him run.
Now,
It's an embarrassment that he's in.
Still embarrassing. They're laughing at us, man.
Yeah, France is laughing at us. France.
France.
Well,
And who are they to
careful,
laugh at
because
anybody?
they're another one of those out of the 20-some countries that signed that thing that if you don't get this thing,
Mhm.
you're
y'all want to hear something?
Yes.
Passport.
Now, I'm gonna tell you, this come from Alpha Survival that got us thinking about this. He brought this up, and it got me to thinking, and I started looking into this a little bit. And there came one of the 7 angels which had the 7 veils, and talked with me, saying unto me, Come hither. I will shew unto thee the judgment of the great whore that sitteth upon many waters, with whom the kings of the earth have committed fornication, and the inhabitants of the earth have been made drunk with the wine of her fornication. Now, speaking about the 25th, listening to that, speaking about the 25th Amendment, who is next in line?
Kamala Harris and then Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah, but
Right,
how did
and
Kamala, how it's not a secret. How did Kamala Harris get to where she's at?
Oh, well,
By
we
dating
all
Willie
kind of
Brown.
Yep.
Being
we
a
know her history, and as a prosecutor, she acts like she didn't. She
no,
prosecuted the shit.
Listen to me.
She got where she was by fucking Willie Brown, the mayor of San Francisco.
A
That was
whore.
it. She was his girlfriend.
A whore.
Yep.
So,
Yeah.
so if
She's
you
ugly.
if you I'm just saying.
One second.
If,
1 second.
yeah, Babylon.
Babylon 2021.
No, that's in New York.
No, I'm just saying Babylon. We could be.
Yeah,
we could call
there's
this.
a Babylon
Oh.
and a West Babylon, New York.
No,
Oh,
you
okay. I
want to
was.
see something really creepy?
Yep.
Yeah.
1 second. Let me put you back on big
I
boy
love
screen.
the full screen deal. I like that.
It's in a it's in, this is the meaning of the place where it's at. This is what that Suffolk means. A sheep.
Suffolk.
Yeah, Suffolk. It's that's the county that this place is in. A sheep of a large black face breed with a short fleece. There's no
Ooh.
coincidences.
And I saw the woman drunken with the blood of the saints and with the blood of the martyrs of Jesus. And when I saw her, I wondered with great admiration. Now think about how she is talked about.
I think
Christians and
everybody, even after election night was over, everybody, I think there was probably a pool going several places. Like, how long do you think Joe Biden will be in office before they get rid of him? It's like, oh, he won't last 6 months. He won't do whatever. What I think is they're going to puppet him out there. He's going to write all these EOs. You notice Congress is stacked. They have all three houses, right? So they have the executive branch too. They could pass gun control. They could do it. But instead they're saying we're asking the president to take executive action. So I think they're going to bury the guy. They're going to let him do all of the dirty work. And then just like this gun control bill that they put in that was like the mother of all gun control bills, they throw it out there, they let people see it, and they go, no way, and then they reel it back. They pull it back just a little. And they say, okay, that was unreasonable. We see why y'all had problems. So we're not going to do all that, but we're going to do half of those things. So I think they're going to let him get out there and be the bad guy. And then the Nigerian nightmare, Kamala Harris, can say, take the 25th Amendment. And they say, now, Joe was obviously not in his right mind when he was doing all this. We've sent him to the home. He's at Shady Pines. He's going to relax and live out the rest of his years. And we're going to bring unity and we're going to bring a moderate approach to this. And they can throttle these things back just a little. And they gain a little bit of credibility with they're never going to go in credibility with the right, but the people in the middle. They can pull people from the middle. These guys aren't as crazy as we thought. That Joe Biden was just old and senile. We should have known better, blah, blah, blah. But like I said, Joe Biden has referred to him as President Harris like 15 times already.
Yeah, I've heard it before.
Yeah.
Think about this. Hat Creek Homestead says Camel Toe can't be prez. She's not a natural born citizen. Well, let me ask you a question, Hat Creek. Do we think that something was right during our day that we're allowed to express our rights to say who we want? Because I'm trying to keep it, algorithms away.
In other words, he's saying we voted, our votes don't count anyway, is the point he's making.
They censor.
So if all that didn't count, and we know that there's no way that someone got the most numbers ever in the history that couldn't even draw, you know,
12 people.
15 people. He had more camera crew than he did supporters out there, and yet all of a sudden we're and all that was allowed to happen, and all of a sudden we're going to think that, well, they're going to say, well, we can't put her in there because she's not a natural born citizen. Man, they already broke the law. What I mean, what, you know?
If you're going to break the law, go big.
Yeah, go big or go home. It's
Jeff Harp
scary
in the
times,
chat.
y'all.
Jeff Harp in the chat said, we the Patriots are not going to let them run the government. We run their ass. And I agree in principle with you in that. But what are we having a conversation about right now?
Overreach. Sorry.
Now think about this.
So if that principle is in place, the patriotic people in this country aren't going to let it happen. Then why are we having this conversation right now?
Exactly. And let me
If anybody was going to stand up and stop it, we would be talking about how the second term of Donald Trump was so much better than the first term of Donald Trump and all the great things he's doing and so forth and so on. But we're not. And
that shit
I'm just as guilty as Tennessee is, and I'm just as guilty as Backwoods is. We've sat and watched this the rug get ripped out from under us because we're being gaslighted and because we're being programmed to believe that our votes, we're one person. One person can't fight the U.S. military. One person can't make a difference in their city government or their state government or their county government. We've been told that since they quit teaching civics in school, for one.
Yeah, so long time back.
My rant for the night. We've been told that, and they've told us too many patriots are asleep. I don't think too many patriots are asleep. I think too many patriots are drunk off of government subsidies, off of stimulus checks, and I took my stimulus check and I invested it in my daughters because my daughters are going to be the ones that are going to have to pay the piper when the economy crashes and they aren't going to be able to make a living. But, everybody's waiting for the signal to start and no one ever comes. And that's going to be a problem too, APN, because we have no organization.
Right.
You can say what you want to about the little Vietnamese people fighting from the rice paddies in a sampan and flip flops, but they were trying to save their country from something else. We're the most armed populace in the history of the planet ever. We outnumber
every active duty.
We outnumber 800 to 1. American gun owners outnumber active duty law enforcement, active duty military, reserve law enforcement, reserve military, the FBI, the ATF, and the IRS. We outnumber their total numbers 800 to 1. And not in general population, fighting age American patriots. So in order for a gun confiscation, for example, to work, that means one county sheriff's deputy has to successfully survive 800 knocks on somebody's door. So we outnumber 800 to 1, but they let us believe that we're weak and we're defenseless and we're strong. Now, I know Billy and I, if shit comes to our county, we'll be standing shoulder to shoulder. I think he's a little shorter than me. He might hit me about right here.
Man,
and they're going to have a hell of a time in our county. Tennessee Tactical, I don't know what kind of people you got in your area there, but
there's patriots here. I live in a place with patriots. I mean,
yeah, we talked about that earlier. You're right.
Yeah, this Tennessee, man. I've been shooting guns since before I was ever even out of puberty. Didn't mean to be crude, but
ready to take a stand and make a war because Tuesday our website is up. And I'm going to talk to Angel about, I think that I'm going to talk to Angel and I want to talk to Zach, but I think I want to change that whole picture.
The 13th.
Which website are you talking about, Blake?
I want to talk about the hands of God across the world. And it's going to start here
I remember
in America because everyone looks to America, but that's what this is all about. It's time to make a stand. It's time to be heard. It's time for the silent to roar. And what I mean by roar is we will be peaceful. But if they start pushing back, like they've already been pushing us. We don't need to be wild animals in a freaking corner because that's not where we want to be.
No.
Let's do it.
It should have been done on the freaking 6th of January.
Yeah. They'll
Well,
deem
Sorry,
it
Billy.
all
I rallied for
terrorists.
a second there, Billy. What were you saying?
This could be scary, but
Yeah.
Well, let's do a circle back for a minute. Let's do
Okay.
a circle back.
Saki.
Mhm.
So here's the thing. Also in Revelations, it talks about men's hearts will fail from what, we will see things that will make men's hearts fail. Now think about this one for a minute. Because we were all discussing this in the backstage last night on 101, and we were talking about it, and I was thinking, the way they have, and I think it kind of falls into both categories here. Okay, so Revelations, in the Bible, it tells us that we will see things that will make men's hearts fail. Okay, now we have already seen this coup thing happen, and people have, suicide rates are up. People are drinking and smoking more. People are doing, sitting on their butts more. They're getting unhealthy. Their hearts are failing, but also have a lot of men's hearts not already failed in the act of the patriotism, because everybody's just sitting back allowing it to happen. So, there's two fronts right there, of men's hearts failing, because, back in the day when our forefathers, the real patriots, I would say that about 25 years ago, at the least, they would have been shooting by now.
Oh yeah.
Oh, stacking bodies. He's right.
You see what I'm getting at? So have men's hearts already not failed?
Maybe.
Because let me put this to you. Whenever you talk about somebody that survived something tremendous, do you ever say, man, that person had mind? Well, that person had mind. No, you said that person had heart. That person's got heart. That person's got heart right there. You know what I'm saying? That person's got a strong heart, because it's your heart. It's that heart that that brings it out. So it's have men's hearts not already failed and are already failing.
Already.
When we went to the Capitol to stand up against the protest riots, guess how many people showed up?
How many?
About 15.
You talking about here in Arkansas?
Yeah.
Or in federal? How many?
About 15. We were standing there with about 15 people, including myself. That was it. That's all that show up. There were some Trump supporters there. They clapped when we walked up.
So all of my rifles. I'm gonna see if I can put this where y'all can see it. Read the verse. Can y'all see that?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Proverb. Yeah. 28, 1 through. Yep.
All right.
Oh,
The wicked flee. The wicked flee, though no one pursues, but the righteous are as bold as a lion. When a country is rebellious, it has many rulers, but a man with discernment and knowledge maintains order. So
What do you got? See, you're on the spotlight.
What? Oh, I'm just carrying 9mm Smith and Wesson tonight.
No.
I mean, is that what we were doing, or do I got to go get my gun cabinet open?
No.
Oh, we're talking about verses. Oh,
Proverbs.
no, I like that. When you start talking scripture, it grabs me.
Well,
sorry. I mean, we all have our favorite ones. Ask me again, Patriot. Did you want me to expound on that?
No, I was just he hit the wrong button and put you on
Oh,
the big screen for a minute.
oh,
He'll be back.
sorry.
He did this the other night. He'll be back in a minute.
Yeah.
Oh, I hope so. When the host gets lost, no, wait a minute. The host gets lost, ain't we in trouble?
No, I told you
A little bit.
That's beautiful, Light.
wrong button.
Well,
Yeah.
I didn't do that. Angel did that, but I'm
It's
not
beautiful.
sure how I feel. She's a really good artist. She had a lot of other ones that were really good, but this was trying to make a bunch of people happy. I would
Right.
really like something stronger looking. I want
Not
something
as
that makes this. There's still time.
yeah.
We already paid Zach to do everything. The thing of it is that Zach has somebody else working on it too. And this is going on everything. But before he gets that whole thing with t-shirts and hats and everything else, is this something that looks strong? I mean, yeah, it looks
You want
strong.
something?
Do you know what I mean though? Like,
You want something strong? Seriously?
you
I
know
like
what
it.
you know what
Right.
you know what I'm talking about.
Look at that picture right there.
Well, yeah, but
It's
That
an
is.
angel.
Right.
It's an angel bent over with a sword, and it says, "Don't give up, patriot. Already so much at stake."
I love that.
Time's coming, y'all. Patriot's not just mad, he's serious. And I've been hearing it from people who know a little more than I do about it.
Did God not get angry? Did he not
Yeah.
want make rain and flood a whole freaking world? Did God here manifested, okay, in the flesh? Did he not get freaking pissed and topple over tables when
Yeah,
he
it's so
hit
funny that
house?
people want to paint
And did he
people
not?
want to paint Jesus,
know,
Yeshua, as a hippie, transient hippie. He was a
He's
badass.
loving. He's
He-
loving, but he is
He also said, "If you don't have a sword, sell your cloak and get one."
Right. I ain't got nan cloaks left, Billy.
They were
Ain't it?
disrespecting his father's house, and he
Yeah.
went ape shit on them.
They're
That's
still
probably the only time he ever got really that mad. Probably.
they're still disrespecting the Father's house because this world is the Father's house.
Yeah.
He built
Yeah.
this. So, I mean, that's just all there is to it, guys. I mean, it's guys and gals. It's you know,
Let me
Billy,
tell you.
2 weeks ago on a Monday, I did a live stream talking about our house, meaning our bodies. And
Right.
we have to be careful if we're not filled with the Holy Spirit, we're not filled with God's Word, how we can leave even the tiniest little crack open to remind the enemy.
Yep.
Well, they say nature abhors a vacuum. In a post SHTF thing, nature abhors a vacuum. In other words, if something is taken away, if there's a negative space in something, an empty space in something, nature finds a way of filling it. If your government breaks apart, it only takes a week before warlords start to take control of things. There's a power, a void of power. Yeah, same thing.
Power vacuum. It happens in countries everywhere. As soon as the biggest bad guy's gone, there's other guys that are going to fill that vacuum of power.
I think it was a Native American thing. And Lake, you may have heard this before, but it was a Native American thing. The wise shaman in the village is talking to a young one and says, in every man, there are two animals. There's a wolf and there's a lamb in every man. And they're constantly in conflict with each other. And the young person asks him, well, which one wins? And it said, whichever one you feed.
Yeah.
If you feed the wolf will win.
Well, and we need to be clear that God does not like a coward, because God was very specific on the only thing you're supposed to fear is Him and His wrath. That's
my grandmother taught me that. She wasn't scared of nobody but God. My grandmother. She was a great lady, rest her soul.
That's the only thing you're supposed to be scared of. And these people that are sitting back, that are writing in the chats that I say, "Oh, I lost all my guns in a boating accident." I'm like, well, the ones you didn't lose, you need to sell them now, because you if you're not going to fight now when the time is now, why the hell would you go bury them and hide them? Because you're damn sure not going to fight then.
Back in the Obama days, the first term of Obama, I bought a T-shirt somewhere that said, "If you believe it's time to bury your guns, you better start digging them up." Like if you feel like now's the time to bury them,
or make a hole for yourself. Make a hole that would fit your body, because that's
Tales from the Cryptid. She just goes by Tales now in the chat. She said, "Turning the other cheek in Hebrew culture meant to stand up for yourself, not to be Satan's doormat." And I've heard, I forgot who it was that expounded on that. They say, "Well, you're supposed to turn the other cheek." That doesn't mean let them hit you again. And if you directly translate the Hebrew, when they say turn, they mean to strengthen. In other words, you give them the other cheek, but you square up. You're not meant to just let people walk all over you. And there's also a different. Go ahead.
Here's how I like to put that. When he said turn the other cheek, he didn't say turn the other cheek and get slapped on that one, and then turn the other cheek and then turn the other cheek. He didn't say to keep turning cheeks. Right. It's not. If you look throughout the Bible, it ought to be very clear that it's not about being cowards and love thy neighbor and things like that. Yes, I mean that's for regular time every day. But at the same time, when he's kicking over tables, he's telling you, if you don't have a sword, sell your cloak and get one. They used, they shouted down the walls of Jericho. I mean, he burnt, he completely destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. I mean, rained down fire upon Sodom and Gomorrah. God is a wrath God when you don't follow his commandments. And this country is not following the commandments. All these people up there in charge are not following the commandments. And we have to be strong. If you think about it, our forefathers, I'm not saying that they were perfect. I'm not saying that they, were just these great, perfect, godly men, because nobody is perfect. But they did finding starting the country on God. The Constitution is about God-given rights. And so if you look at the success that happened, there was a lot of bad stuff that happened along the way. But if you look back in history from the beginning of time, there's always bad and good, but when you base everything on a godly principle, things have been accomplished and achieved and gotten better. And when you take that away, everything goes downhill. You just look at history. Look at what the Nazis did. They completely removed God. And look what happened.
Disarmed, no God, no literature, it was over.
And then they're destroyed.
When Apostle Paul, he didn't do it often, but every now and then he used his Roman card, his Roman citizen card. It's time that we start telling them what our rights are and to remind them who they work for. When we have corrupt governments, we have the right to do what?
Petition or redress our grievances.
Yes.
And we go from there.
Government.
We use our voices. We use pen and paper, whatever we have to do to get through that. I know we need to start standing up there. We need to all be gathering people, like Patriot said last night, or actually, yesterday morning, and I do need to go to bed soon because I was supposed to be in bed again by midnight, and I'm just not doing it, Billy. I'm not doing it. But
I
anyway,
need to go to bed too.
I know I got gardening stuff and yard work, and I can't do that stuff sleeping in. And I'm gonna have to like set an alarm to like get up, to be tired, drink a bunch of coffee, and get my butt moving. But I believe, I don't know what you guys think, but I really would like to start talking either backstages or on panels. But there's, I don't want to be putting our plans, like when the military does stuff or your president does stuff, they don't put all the plans up there in the air for everyone to see. Just like they don't use, like,
we know.
they can go watch planes and look at all the action. They're not going to tell you who they are. It's like, I'm going to go to Billy's house and raid all of his stuff. Do you want to come? And I'm going to tell you exactly how we're going to do it right here. I mean, seriously?
No.
I don't know if you guys agree. I'm going to also be honest. I've been really, really stressed about this. I'm excited, but I'm also stressed. And I'm not stressed at the same time, but it is a lot. I need help. So I'm asking for help. I'm asking my community here and our whole community. I mean, I've asked my husband tonight, and I admitted to him this. I think I bit off more than I could chew. But I know that together we can do this.
Well, I'll tell you, they have so demonized a patriot that, people are scared to wear that perception, and people need to understand, like, I changed my name from Patriot 3%er not because I'm worried about that perception. I wanted to try to reach more people.
Right.
Because nobody wants to, they go Patriot 3%er shit, No, I want to reach more people. See, I'm still a patriot, and I even said it in my video. I changed my name, but I'm a patriot until I draw my last breath, and I always will be. The point of it is I wanted to reach more people. And by the way, just so everybody knows this, I'm at 1,033 subscribers.
I knew that you had a today.
When did that happen? You was at like 890
today. No, he was over 9. He was like,
no, he was at 870.
No, he was like between 15 and 20 from being when last time I checked, and then today. And then my husband said today, like this afternoon, hey, by the way, Patriots got like 1,000 something, and I'm like, oh.
The name change.
Well, it sounds like small potatoes by that comparison. But when I started this live stream, I had 56, and now I have 102.
Damn, that's double growth.
Thank you to Prepping 101 sending his goons over here.
Well,
Prepping
see,
101's got goons.
Well, see, and that's the whole thing, is that I didn't change my name because I'm scared or anything of being a patriot. Because I'm a patriot. And I'll just tell you flat out, and I've said it before, and I'll say it again. This whole what you were, what was talking about, with the idea of one sheriff and his, especially like in a county like this, you take our police force, and they don't have enough people to fill my neighborhood up. So for their perception that they're going to come and take mine and this guy's guns away. Because I'm going to tell you, I'm sporty enough. I guarantee you I can at least take 2 with me before I go.
Imagine the first day of that job. Like, he's got 800 warrants to serve, right? People to seize guns. He's not going to make it to number 10.
Imagine how many of them go back to work the second day.
Dude, that's going to be a statistic that
tell me
how going to do it.
Tell me how many of them actually say, okay, yeah, give me some of them warrants. I'm going to go serve them. Yeah. That's
and
not
happening. I'll serve all the ones at the old folks' home.
Mm-hmm. Can I put them in the mailbox, sir? Can I put them in the mailbox? Because there's
an important distinction to be made as well, and John Lovell's talked about it. People conflate someone who's peaceful with someone who's harmless. And there's a difference between a peaceful person and a harmless person. A harmless person is harmless. Most of the people under 20 years old in this country are harmless. A peaceful man has the capability to do great violence, but chooses to keep that at bay. Whereas but the government believes us to be harmless, and if they don't believe that we already are, they're damn sure putting things in play and in the works to make us more harmless. And I don't mean gun control, but I mean just the
culture,
like Passacle circularly back, or again to what you were saying, Tennessee, about Coke, and like trying to just teach their employees to be less white, and just all of these things that are just like taken away. And I can't even say that. I can't even say that as a bald-headed white man without probably being painted as a white supremacist or whatever. But
here's the thing.
You know,
Tails just said everyone knows exactly where they live. Not a wise idea. See, that's another point of that, and that's a great point actually. Because do you think if I know that they just served a warrant on my brother, Amendment 1? Do you think I'm going to let that? Do you think I'm going to sit back and go, well, I'm going to wait till they show up here?
Yeah. Well, even so, the smart play would be wait till they show up at your house, but you've got a 45-minute heads up, and make sure when they show up at your house, it looks like the Bundy Ranch.
Yeah, but they're not. Yeah, but they're not going to make it to my house because I'm going to set up something before they get here, so I don't have to fight at my house. Where my wife,
you don't want to fight. Don't want to fight from your mailbox for sure.
No, move locations.
How about not?
Bear always says that.
You don't before it would come to something like that.
Right.
That's what I want to do. I want to let them know that, look, okay, so we're in upstate New York where we have a lot of us. Apparently, we can't outvote the stupid city, but there's a lot of good people in that city as well. But we also have tiny, minute little cliques here in upstate. Okay, that's not everyone in upstate, but I'm telling you, most of us, people here in the community who also live in New York, most of us know. Like, I'm an redneck. I know that a lot of people aren't familiar with that term yet, but they'll understand. We don't do things like the city. The city seems to make rules for us up here. I mean, if I've got a bear in my backyard and it's coming through my window and I need to stop that to save my family, you bet your ass I'm going to go grab those things and I'm going to stop it. Because if that fricker gets in our house, one swipe, you're done.
Well, see, you live in the right next to the wilderness, like you're at the edge of the mountains there. That's wilderness.
I get I get calls. I don't do it anymore, but I get calls about eastern hognose snakes coming up my people's doors, and I'd go and I'd catch it and relocate it. And actually, my husband, he got kind of used to me handling snakes, and he actually come home one day, and I'm like, I got an eastern.
Are you Pentecostal or something?
What?
Are you Pentecostal
I don't like
or something?
No.
One of those,
she's a snake
whisperer. They
whisperer.
call them.
No, I just I tell him how it's going to be. You're going to get in the freaking tote and you're going to go over here because you ain't going to be crawling up someone's door trying to get in Chihuahua. That's it. Bam. And my husband, he's like, ooh, but now over the past, years, the last one that I got, he actually carried the tote out to the woods. So a lot of men don't like snakes, but
I don't.
No, he don't either. But you know what? He said, let's go do this. And I'm like, you're going to carry it? And I was just shocked. I was proud of my husband, and I was shocked because I do know how he feels about him. I don't like carpenter ants. So we all have our things, And I mean, I can squash a carpenter ant, but it also makes me go,
Sure.
But the thing about it is, we need to.
So I wanted to expand on a little bit about what he was talking about the peaceful people. See, what people need to understand, especially these ones that would think that they would take up a warrant to try to go serve it. Okay, well, I'm a peaceful person. I want peace. I just want to go fishing and hunting and, you know, go out here and fight in the backyard with Rudy Poot, you know, and because I'm trying to
Get
feed
somebody naked occasionally.
right, you know. But now when you start to try to violate my rights, no matter who you are, I cannot be peaceful any longer because
Right.
you are violating my rights. And see, here's the point of that is that any of them people that would be serving them warrants, what they need to understand is that if someone tried to violate their rights, they would not be peaceful any longer. You see what I'm getting at? I mean, the whole peaceful thing is we can all be peaceful until you start violating my rights. And then I no longer can be peaceful because you have forced me to not be peaceful any longer.
Mhm.
It's like Dalton from Roadhouse. Rule number 1, be nice. Rule number 2, be nice. Rule
Yeah.
number 3, be nice up until it's time to not be nice anymore. I mean, I'm all
Right.
about.
I love
I quote Roadhouse way more than I
Roadhouse.
should.
It was Sam Elliott and Patrick Swayze and all them
Oh.
guys here.
I thought you'd be bigger, Dalton.
I get that a lot.
Man,
You play pretty good for a blind guy.
We're showing our
Mhm.
old people.
Jeff Healy, and I like that was good times.
That was a
Jeff
great.
Healy was actually in that movie Tennessee before the See the Light album came out.
Right,
It hadn't been that album hadn't dropped where that had Angel Eyes on it.
He
And
took off.
They weren't even going to release that album in broad circulation until Roadhouse. So
Dude,
Jeff Healy owes his career to that movie.
and then he proved it once they gave him a shot. He proved it. I saw him do a bunch of live performances. That guy is smoking hot. He cooks, dude. His live
Well,
performances, dude. Ooh, rest his soul. But he cooks live. It wasn't just the movie did jettison him, but man, he backed it up.
Go ahead,
well,
Billy.
Go ahead, Billy.
when
Patriot?
pinball preparedness was talking about these executive orders and such and what they're going to do, I left a comment in there and I said, this is where the rubber meets the road, and I'm ready to start flattening tires.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
And I meant that, because
Never
You
heard
can
of
even-
that.
Here's my really strange allegorical reference to what he just said. There's two people. Tales from the Cryptid knows my hometown. She's from the same place as me. Hometown. There's two guys that I knew in that town that didn't like each other, and it started in a dispute over a girl or whatever. But they didn't hurt each other. They didn't like each other. And if you ever talk to one or the other of them, they'd say, "I tell you what, man, if I run into that so and so, I'm gonna whoop his ass. If I ever see that guy at Walmart, I'm gonna whoop his ass." Blah blah blah. And finally, I had to get to the point where I just told one of them one day, I was like, "Look, you know where he works. He knows where you work. You both know where you live. If anybody's going to whoop anybody's asses would have already been whooped." And that's kind of where I'm at on this, because they've been saying gun control, gun control, gun control, gun control. If they really thought that that's a fight that they could win, they would already have started that fight.
Yep.
I mean, I'm just pure and simple.
We're okay.
They don't want to.
Hold steady,
They know
gentlemen
they don't want.
and ladies.
Say again.
Hold steady. You're right. We're okay.
Yeah.
I'm not letting go. I'm just not giving up this
isn't
fight.
the
I can't.
first time somebody or people who have tried to do this. They've been trying to do this for decades.
Yeah, 94, they almost got away with it.
Well,
they kind of did, and
yeah, they kind of did, but
Yeah.
not. Yeah, but
Right.
that's the thing. They're always going to be pushing back on it. And
Yeah,
again,
but the
because
94,
mind you, they are afraid of us.
yeah,
Definitely.
but the
definitely.
90, I mean, proof is in the pudding that they've got a damn fence in the military around the damn White House. That there's proof right there that they're afraid. And the second thing is that 94 bill, or whatever it was, the assault weapons ban,
Clinton. Bill Clinton.
through all that greatness of that assault weapons ban, they figured out real quick, and everybody was looking up, and statistically, it did nothing. In fact, crime got worse.
Right.
The FBI, the AT, all them 3-letter agencies, even the CDC, come out and said that it did nothing. So, their argument that banning this stuff is going to make it better is, I mean, we've already got statistics for it, and we can already argue the fact of, I mean, you already had it, and you see the numbers didn't go down.
Right.
There's still, back then and still today, you still know what the number one cause of death is, right? When it comes to assault style stuff, right?
Right.
Suicide?
Nope.
No.
I'm talking crime type stuff.
Oh.
Hands and feet. Hands and feet is still like the number one cause of death.
Yeah.
Right.
And
Patriot. Today, I think that SOB said that it got worse during that time, and I was like, no, sir, it was actually it didn't help. Like he said, it helped during that time. Sorry, and it didn't help. Things got worse, and that SOB today said that it did get better during that time. I remember that.
I'm gonna make your headband pop off, Tennessee Tactical. Are you ready for this?
Yes.
I'm about to blow your mind.
Okay.
Now, eat some Wheaties and hang with me for just a second.
All right.
The assault weapons ban. During the time that the assault weapons ban was implemented, initially in the early years of it, crime rates did go down. Okay, in the first few years.
Right.
However, the assault weapons ban, timeline-wise, correlates in an interesting way to Roe versus Wade. Roe versus Wade was passed, and 18 years later, crime rates start to drop. There is a theory that Roe versus Wade legalizing abortion created a situation where children who would have been born into high crime areas, into poverty, into gang families, were not being born. So those children that weren't born in the late 70s to grow up to be gangbangers in 1996. It's a weird reach, but there's a book called Economics for Economics. If you haven't read it, you should really read it. This guy's a total brainiac, but he correlates the drop in crime in the late 80s and early 90s actually to Roe versus Wade.
Man, yes. And Gen X, we've seen a lot of this different stuff. You remember the crack epidemic? They didn't try to stop that shit in the hood. No. They didn't try to stop it. There was zombies walking around, man. I was a kid. I remember.
Rudy did here in New York back in the 90s. Yeah, he shut that. And the words of Negan, I will shut that shit down. Yeah.
Right. I mean, but I'm saying, they were letting a lot of impoverished neighborhoods, man, just stay infested. It was drugs being sold on every corner. I don't know. It's weird. We've hit some deep topics tonight, man.
They didn't start doing anything about it until suburban white kids started dying from it.
Right. Then when it makes it to the suburbs or to the gated communities, then they go, hey, we've got a problem with drugs. Really? Yeah. You've had a problem for a long time.
Yeah, don't say. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, in Tennessee, we still have a meth problem here. I guess that's probably everywhere in America, probably.
I don't think it really goes away. I mean, there's always someone, it's like.
Was it Oregon? Was it Oregon that legalized everything last year?
No, mushrooms. They did like something weird.
They did.
No. I don't think they legalized it. They basically
decriminalized.
They decriminalized heroin use and everything. They decriminalized it. So
here's why I think that's a great idea. Here's why I think that's a great idea. Because initially you think, oh my God, all these people are going to OD and everything.
I'm listening.
5 years from now, you'll get the people who were high functioning addicts. They're functioning addicts. They have a job, they have a life, maybe they got a drug problem, are going to be all right. The people that are prone to making bad decisions or are totally self-destructive are going to OD and they're going to die. So I think after about 5 years, those numbers will kind of level out. Like I was telling Tennessee earlier, I'm kind of a libertarian leaning conservative or conservative leaning libertarian, depending on the issue.
Mhm.
As far as I'm
Conservative
concerned,
light.
as far as I'm concerned, like in general principles, unless you're sitting on my lap, what I do with my dick is my business.
Right.
Or you have the right to make a fist and throw that punch, and that is your right up until it makes contact with my face. So I don't care what you do. I mean, like, if you're not endangering your kids, putting people who are unwilling, involved against their will in danger, I don't care what you do. Just whatever. Go drunk drive. I've done it. I hadn't killed anybody that I know of.
Me too. And then I stopped that dumb habit.
But like, as far as I'm concerned, to each his own. It's God gave us free will, to thrive or suffer based on our own decisions. But just like the crack thing, like I said, nobody, there's never been a drug problem in black communities. It's until it hits white communities, which is a shame. It's a shame, really.
One of my good friends and his still a friend today, is from 3rd grade. Okay. He's a libertarian and he is smart, and he's not just a Trump supporter. He is a moral supporter, like, God-fearing man who is a support of good and evil, like good versus evil, period, end. So I totally get you, and I totally get that, and I respect you and him and much. But when you start going and throwing weird stuff at us and trying to make things that are right and moral to be wrong, and taking everything evil and bad and said to be right, then I'm going to be a little pissed off.
Well, I don't think that's, if you were looking at a pure libertarian approach, I don't think that's very common. And I'm not a pure libertarian, nor,
right.
But what I'm saying is, I believe in small government. I believe in freedom. Chad Prather, I don't know if any of y'all watch any of the Blaze TV stuff or Chad Prather and all those guys. He's running for governor in 2022 against Greg Abbott. And he wants to do away with vaccine exemptions. And so everybody's like, oh, so you're pushing vaccines. And he said, no, I don't think I should have to give you a piece of paper to explain to you why I don't want to vaccinate my kids. He said, I want to get rid of the fact that you have to have an exemption. You just decide I'm not doing that or I'm doing that. He said, I want to be able
to a false freedom. We have a false freedom here. The Statue of Liberty being on her knees. She's been there for a long time.
He also said he's right. He thinks if he was able to, if he wants to go to pick his son up at school at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, he shouldn't have to ask permission from the school to do it.
Oh, that's my kid.
So he's actually like
and get his or her butt down here. I'm a mother.
Right.
Yeah, I've actually had to do that. So, and at 5 foot, I have no issues doing that at all. I walk in that school now, they're already on the phone, but I don't have to do it for the past 3 years because, well, she's home, but she was home before the junk happened in the world.
Hey, did it sting y'all a little bit when you got your first thumbs down on a video?
It did. I'm like, what the heck?
I got one tonight.
Political, it wasn't anything.
I think that's a sign of success, actually, when you do get a thumbs down, right?
Y'all want to say something really cool?
Yes.
Sure. Yeah, I've seen that one. I love it.
Just getting to hang with Lake and y'all and Patriot and y'all tonight has been so much fun. Oh, that's beautiful.
Isn't it? I've seen that one a few years ago, and it's absolutely beautiful. I posted it on Facebook, and I got one of those Facebook naughties for doing something. I don't remember what they wrote, but I was like, what? And I had a big WTF like in front of my face between me and the screen. And I'm like, I've had enough of this crap. I deactivated over the summer. Yeah.
I remember this. God, and you're like, I don't even care about them now. Like you've like become stronger in front of some of the community's very eyes. Me, I've seen you grow like you got on something like with Prepping 101. That's a gauntlet in there. That's like the bullpen. You get in there, it's crazy in there. It's hot topics and it moves fast. And and Lake started to handle herself pretty well. They threw her into the bull ring and she did pretty damn good, I guess.
Man,
I've had my weaknesses.
Patriot too. Patriot's a live stream champ. These two are.
I've acted badly at times.
Hey, but you were forced to. I've never seen you act badly, but like one occasion where I was there and that deserved to go down. That you were not wrong, right? I mean,
life, liberty, and the pursuit of anyone who threatens it.
I like that. Notice the rifle he's carrying is more modernized.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna get me one of them hats, man.
Y'all, I had an argument today with a liberal friend, and it was painful, man. I'm trying to get him off that Kool-Aid, man, and it is hopeless to talk to someone who doesn't really care about guns about how I would worry about guns. Yeah, they don't understand. They have no dog in that fight. But they love the Constitution. But when it comes to the second, they're like, I don't have a dog in that fight. Really?
Well, for the same thing, going back to what's earlier, when I start talking about the welfare and well-being of my kids, and I'm trying to have a conversation with somebody who says, oh, well, we got dogs, but they're just like our kids. No, they're not. They're not your kid. They're going to live 7 to 12 years and die, and you're going to get a new dog. It's not, you have no investment in a dog, as much as I love dogs. But I hate hearing that. They're like our little fur babies.
People think at me. I love dogs. I mean, I'm a saver of dogs, but you know what?
Family.
Yes, they are, and they deserve. Depend on us 100%. And they deserve everything we can give to them. But my dog, as much as we love her, and she gets bark box and treats, and oh, look how cute she is, but I'm telling you, she has a purpose in this house, and that is to serve and protect this house and this people in the house. That's it. Period. End. And if she's doing something wrong, I have no problems putting that dog back in line. When she was a puppy, she got taken early because of something happened to her mom. She got hit over with a metal pipe. She had 5-week-old puppies that all needed to go now. And I took one, and I had to, she didn't learn mother's bite and sister and brother's bite, so I had to teach her. And it was harsh. I actually bit her back when she bit me too hard. And I did.
I have bit a chihuahua.
And I got over top of her when she tried humping my husband's leg. I got on top of her, and I'm like, and I growled at her. I did. You just get right down. You're like, and I'll tell you, if I even look at her, she goes over and lays down. And she's a red-nosed pit with Staffordshire.
I had pits. I love pits.
She's a Staffordshire Terrier, red-nosed pit. My one before that was a Staffordshire Terrier and Lab. Before that, I had a Chow Lab. So I've always had big, dominant type dogs, but they don't need to be huge to protect you. I wouldn't go suggesting getting a Chihuahua, but if you live in an apartment and that's what you have, that dog's going to bark. And let me tell you what, I had a Chihuahua that lived not too far from me, who not here, but in somewhere else I lived. And I had my pit bull lay down and look at me like, oh my God, what's it doing? And this dog bit my dog's butt to the point where I wanted to kick it, and it ripped open my dog's cheek.
Damn.
Yes.
I've never been bitten by a dog over 10 pounds in my life.
No, me either.
The only dogs that have ever bit me weighed less than 10 pounds.
I got bit by a poodle in the back of my, right behind my kneecap, in the back, right there. That freaking pinches and it hurts. And I got bit on my freaking hand by a darn Chihuahua.
I had a dachshund that used to terrorize me named Devil. That's what his damn name was, Joe. I could outrun him because I was an athlete and I could outrun him. But that old mean bastard, and I had a Chihuahua try to run up and down, chew me up at this old man's house. This mean little Chihuahua didn't like little boys, and Granddad said he tried to chew my ass up. And then a pit
Hmm.
bull that was in a junkyard got a hold of my leg. I was skipping school and I was going through this area, and man, he took me down to the ground. Luckily, I got away from his first bite, and I punched him so hard in the head that his eye like shut, but he still kept trying to bite me. He went in for that second bite and he grabbed my pants and tore them to shreds. I got away from his chain link. Luckily, he probably would have killed me, dude.
Yeah.
Whew. Ooh.
I
But
have.
and I went on to raise pit bulls after that because I knew that was just a mean bad dog. That dog was treated like shit, and it was truly a junkyard dog. It was chained between a bunch of auto parts and salvage. That's why he
Yeah.
lived there. Mean old bastard. Hugo. I'll never forget that son of a bitch.
I'm gonna
You were
go
in his room.
to
Hey,
bed.
yeah, I didn't mean to talk about fighting dogs
No,
and stuff.
no, I'm not talking about that.
I'm
No,
tired too, Lake. I'm
I
tired.
actually have a really good friend who actually rescues dogs from drug rings, and actually in one state over, because we're only a half hour away from that state, he went to that home that the human trafficking was taken down, and he went and grabbed all those dogs, and he rehabilitated all but one dog. There was one dog that was just, it was just going to bite, and that was it. But guess what he did with that dog?
Make it a security dog.
He kept him.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's brave. That's
So,
bold.
but he is a good man, and he's really good. And I also had a dog one time that I just like, what the hell's wrong with her, you know? And she was abused before I got her, and then she just, I don't know, she just was something. He says, I can make that dog bite in probably about 3 minutes. He's like, I would suggest, rehoming her. So I told my daughter, like, it's your dog. So you're going to have to come get her. You're going to have to figure it out, because I can't. First of all, I had this dog for freaking 3 years, and my daughter never came back to get her. Like, come and get your dog. Seriously. And we loved her and everything. She just wasn't safe to have when I had other little kids, like not my little kids, but little kids who would come over to our house and check out the pond and be playing in it. And, she was just kind of unpredictable. And she had those eyes that I also had another dog too that was like that. She was a Siberian Husky, and I also had her. And she was another one that ended up going to a farm that was just better for her. But anyways, would you guys be interested in doing something in your states when
Rescuing?
Well, let's
no,
get together. Let's get together and just do a backstage and talk.
yeah.
Shoot me a. Do you have any? Can you post any of your contact info in our private chat through StreamYard and not out here in the main chat?
Yeah, I
I don't
have.
need.
I
I don't
have.
need to.
Huh?
I don't need like your number. I don't want to have to fight Bigfoot, but just like any of you.
Does Patriot have or does Billy have your info?
Yes.
Then Billy, just give him my info.
I never knew that name, but for me, he'll always be Patriot. No matter what you change your name to, Bill, William, I mean, whatever it would really be, I never would call you that until you said I could. But whatever you change your name to, you're going to be fine. You're still the same kick-ass creator and live streamer. It ain't going to matter, bro.
Well, he's a brother.
You know what it did for me? It just threw me off the scent. I was like, wait a minute. I said, if somebody done got me unsubscribed to Patriot 3%er, because I said, I see him, but now I can't find him in none of my subs. I looked 3 or 4 times, thought I was crazy. Then I went and looked him up. Couldn't find him still. Still couldn't
do and see about changing my channel name to something that's more readily able to find.
No, but with him, it was just an adjustment for me. I would have thought, what's going on? But if he changes it again, I'll go, well, where is he? So for me, it was really a challenge to go, there he is, Backwoods Prayer. There he is at Backwoods Rain. That's him. Shit.
A1P, by the way, it wasn't that people couldn't find your channel. I subscribed, a long time ago, back when you first started. I took a screenshot of what they did. They've done it to me. They've done it to Catskill. This is what happened. This is you. This is you,
Hang on.
correct?
1 second. Let me put you on full screen here. So I can see.
I want to see that too. Yeah, there it is. That's how I finally found him.
Yeah. But what does it say under that? I can't read it on my phone.
Channel does not have any content,
Yeah.
right? And yeah, that could be. Oh, there's no picture. What's that mean? Like, oh, it says subscribed.
Yeah.
She subscribed to you. And you know what? What I found is once I saw you, I was like, yeah.
I'm going to bed.
Are you?
All right.
It's good
All
to
right,
see you,
Billy.
Patriot. It's good to see you. I'm
Yeah,
going to, y'all. We can shut
I
it
gotta
down. I'm
go.
tired. Are you okay, buddy?
I found out that they closed down our nursery here to get my plants, and I went into Wally World today, and I walked in the door because they do have some good stuff for gardening up here.
Yeah. Yeah.
I walked in the door today, and guess what?
What?
There ain't a checkout line one in there.
Oh yeah, they're putting all the self checkouts in.
It's you got to line up like this.
Down there by the tobacco.
There's a you got to walk around this corner, and there's just a great big old loop in there to where you go to each self checkout deal. They took all
that's what,
and I looked at this dude, and he looked at me, and he goes, "Man, this is some bullshit." And I said, "Yeah, this is some bullshit." I said, "I ain't putting up with it, and I'm gone. And there was an associate right there, Walmart associate, and I looked at her and I said, "I'll never shop at Walmart again for this right here." I said, "I swear to you, I will pay more money somewhere else." I said, "I already was not wanting to shop here." I said, "But this done it right here. I'm done." And I turned around and walked out, and I heard four other people after I said that said, "You know what? I'm done." And one man said he had a handful of stuff, and he set it down on the floor and he walked out.
Hell yeah. 4 people said, "Hell yeah, I'm with that guy. This is bullshit."
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. They saw you make a stand, and they were like, "Shit, I'm with him."
yeah.
I'm sorry.
The
That's a great story.
The difference is Billy won't go back in there, and those other 3 people will go back in there tomorrow.
Right.
They might, but I won't. I'll drive to Conway tomorrow. I'll drive to Conway and go to Home Depot or Lowe's or somewhere and buy gardening stuff or find a nursery down there. There's plenty of them down there, and that's where I'll be going to get my stuff tomorrow. And when I get home, I'm gonna plant plants and I'm gonna make videos and I'm gonna be a backwoods prepping son of a gun.
Man,
there you go.
You know, Patriot and Lowe's gonna have better stuff than damn Walmart ever would anyway. I don't care. They're gonna have better products and cheaper too on the same stuff Lowe's would be.
Hey,
hell yeah.
Amendment 1.
Yes, sir.
What are you doing Saturday morning? Saturday at noon?
Uh-oh.
I don't know. I have not been informed yet.
Well, let me inform you.
Okay.
When you come from your way.
Yep.
And you get onto 65.
Yep.
Instead of going left towards Clinton, you take a right, go about 3 minutes up the road. And on the right-hand side, there'll be a house. And it's a rock house. And it's got a little, right out by the road, it's got a little small building house type thing. And we're all going to be there Saturday playing training.
Playing training.
Thought he was going to say horseshoes. I was like, damn, that sounds good.
No, we're gonna be playing with these.
Right?
Gotcha.
With the poo poos.
No, this is
Gotcha.
a
Oh no, wait a minute.
airsoft.
It's the hair.
Oh
Airsoft?
yeah, I saw that. I saw your review on that. I was hoping
It's
you'd shoot
fun.
it.
We have places here in the Adirondacks you can go do that for all kinds
Airsoft.
of fun and training.
Yeah,
Just like a
Patriot, do a video on that, man. Shoot the
we're,
shit out of
we're
something
gonna
in your yard.
we're gonna do several videos on this. It's got
Okay.
it's
Do you
got
guys set up the
semi-automatic.
details?
It's got semi-automatic and full
Uh,
auto.
I saw your review on it. I'd like to see how hard, and I bet it hurts. I bet it hurts to get hit by it.
We're gonna be playing Saturday, and we're gonna be just right down the street from you, Amendment 1.
Yeah.
Film it, Patriot. Definitely. There people. Yeah, I'd love to see it. I'll give it a like and a comment.
Tactical
Will you make
technique.
sure you give my video a like and a comment when you get out of here?
Oh man, dude, you're good people. You started as good people. And you know what? I'm honored to be on this panel with Backwoods, Patriot, Backwoods, Rain, Percenter. Don't fuck with me. I'm from Arkansas. Whatever he wants to call himself, I'm with him. And Lake Ferry, you are one of the our many voices of female sanity in this community. Thank you, man.
Throwing around the sanity part too much.
Well, you do bring up beautiful points a lot.
Well, he also specified female sanity. So there's like a
Yes.
sliding scale. There's like sanity
No,
and female
don't
sanity.
you do that. Don't
Yeah.
do that to me. You,
I'm just
hey,
messing
Well, it's okay.
strong men need strong women around them at all times.
I
Guys,
didn't
my
hang out
mom and
with the
grandmother.
girls too much. I like a lot of the girls in our community, but I don't hang out. I didn't when I was younger. And then growing up, like the people I hang out with now from like 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 7th grade, I still hang out with these people, but they're all guys.
Yeah,
That's cool that you know
man.
people for that long.
I know.
Amendment
That's
1.
awesome.
Yeah, Billy.
Come by for an hour.
Okay. I will.
Film it.
I'll text you before dinner time tomorrow. Okay.
Yep,
Just
I
tell
can get
your
you.
wife that it's important to you. That's
I
all.
can get you.
Do it.
I can get you the address.
With-
Tactical technician will be there,
Okay.
and in fact,
I want to let y'all play with the little lower that could.
right.
Uh-huh.
Hey, we're gonna have real weapons there as well. I'm
Oh,
just
I
saying.
But
As long as we
airsoft
don't
as
get
well.
them confused.
Yeah,
as long as we don't-
exactly. Oh my God.
Well, I mean,
You guys
that's
happen to notice
if-
my little watermark on my videos now?
What
No.
about? Say that again.
How do you do that?
I just did it like about almost a week ago, and no one said anything, so I figured it's not really noticeable. I did.
Maybe not.
That's my watermark. Well, on my
Well,
video.
I saw that. I saw that on
the
your video.
big screen here.
It's
I'm
also,
delayed on my
it's
TV.
also the tattoo on on my back.
I think I've seen it. It's very tiny and it's almost like foggy, isn't it? In your videos?
Yeah, but on my back, it's not tiny or foggy. It takes up like
Right.
whole side of my back. Yeah, actually,
Well,
yeah.
that's for Bigfoot. That's for Bigfoot to look at, not us.
it's so big
Um,
that they had to come up on my shoulder.
It's working
So-
again.
I can't even see that actually, but
You know the whole
I'm going to bed.
time. Hey,
All right, Billy. I'll talk to you
Patriot, good
tomorrow.
to see you. I'll see you tomorrow soon or sometime.
I'm going to bed, and because I got to get up and go get some veggies and plants stuff and
I have a
plant
dumpster
gardening
being
stuff.
delivered.
So
I'm gonna lay down too.
Billy, we got a dumpster being delivered in sometime tomorrow.
I saw your video. I commented, and you just never acknowledged.
You know what's happening? You know what's happening to my freaking comments? So you go on your laptop, okay, because they won't show up on your phone. And I'm watching the ones held for review. It's empty. But I can see people's comments, but I didn't see yours. I didn't see Army Vets today, but then when I started talking about it, then his popped up. And I watched it. I'm like, look, I don't have any comments. And I scrolled. I kid you not. I closed out of it, went back on, and I'm like, oh my God, your comment's there now. So I've done this a bunch of times.
Well, I'm just saying my feelings were hurt today because I got no response, and I hearted the comment you left me, but
You know what? Do you want me to show you now that I don't have it?
I'm kidding.
I'm gonna come over
Oh,
here and I'm gonna take your cheek and I'm gonna give you one of these big all over it.
I gotta go to bed. I really do. I
right.
have to travel. I have to travel this morning.
Good
All
to
right.
see you.
I gotta get my.
Patriot.
Good night, Billy. Good to talk
good-
to you,
Hey.
Tennessee Tech.
You too, like you too.
And
Hey, Tennessee. Well, I'll talk to you tomorrow too, Tennessee. Maybe we can put our heads
Yeah.
together for Saturday.
Yeah, we'll come up with some topics and maybe we'll have some great guests come on like tonight. Have some rock stars on a Saturday night.
Right?
All right.
I'm gonna hit you up tomorrow, or today, Amendment 1.
Right. I'll hit you up after the sun comes up again.
Right.
yeah,
Find us like on that Saturday night. Find us and help us.
I mean, come over for an hour, dude. Seriously.
Okay.
Thank you for having me on.
Thank you for getting. I'm gonna watch 101's replay and see if I can see what he was having to go through to get my channel to act right too. And I'll let y'all know. But yeah, appreciate you coming over here, and I appreciate y'all love mobbing me earlier too.
Oinky boinky boinky oinky oinky boink.
Okay. I don't know what that was, but I believe you.
I do too.
I have no reason to doubt him.
I can do that too.
Y'all have a
Patriot.
great night.
Someone said the world was a stage. And
I'll talk to you soon, Amendment 1, and love y'all too. I love y'all too.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Thank everybody in the chat for hanging out too.
Cool.
Yes, to the chat.
Later.
Later, guys.
Bye.